Thank you so much for showing up, both here at the Villa Schifanoia and the European University Institute Robert Schuman Center, and we have a number of participants online. It's very exciting to welcome you here. This is my first foreign policy conversation as director of the Robert Schuman Center, and I'm delighted to be participating in a conversation about foreign policy. It's been far too long. In fact, the last time I participated in a conversation like this was all the way back in about 2007, 2008, when Filippo Andreatta and I convened a course that resulted in a special issue on European foreign policy. And the only reason that I bring this up is because of the fact that first, Thomas Christensen actually published a special issue. And second, as I looked through the table of contents, I saw so many of our good friends who passed away in the meantime. And I want to remember them: Simon Duke, I think, first and foremost, Bastien Hirondelle, and my own PhD student at the time, Fred Hood. Now, the reason I want to recommend, I want to remember them is because a lot of the things that they had to say were things that are still relevant today. The conversation about differentiation in European foreign policy is not a new one, but that doesn't make it any less pressing. The most important conversation that we're having right now is what to do with the fact that the United States is retreating from its role as the sort of keeper of order on a global scale, and other powers are rising, not really to take its place, but rather to restructure at least some part of the world around their interests. And in that unstructured environment, because the global situation is increasingly unstructured at the moment, it's never been more important to have a European actor that's capable of presenting itself and promoting its interests in a way that could, at least in some measure, reintroduce the values of comity at the global scale and strengthen the pursuit of goals that we should, at least in principle, all share. Unfortunately, the common refrain is that Europe is unable to do that because it lacks, as Simon Duke underscored repeatedly in his writings, the kind of actorness that is required in order to be assertive at a global scale. And it lacks that actorness because it is so highly differentiated in terms of the interests and stakeholders involved at all levels of aggregation below the European Union, and in terms of the configurations for European security that we see institutionalized across the continent as a whole. Now, as I look at the things that you are talking about today, I can only see an improvement in the conversations that we had all the way back 15 years ago. It's an improvement because you're not just looking at the national perspective, because you're taking all these transversal issues into account. And I'm really excited to see what this is going to produce. I'm also really grateful for Maria Giulia and Monica to allow me to open up these proceedings. My only principal regret is that I'm still learning how to do my job, and so I won't be able to stay here, but I look forward to catching up with you at lunch. I wish you all the best for a very successful conversation, and I eagerly look forward to seeing your papers in print, because I'm sure that this is going to help us move the conversation forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here with us today. And before you leave, I would like to express our gratitude to the Robert Schuman Center for allowing us to be here and for supporting us throughout the process and throughout the organization. Thank you to Valentina as well for the great support. Having said that, let me also welcome you here. We're very much happy to have you here also in presence, those of you that made it, and also those of you that are online. Thank you for taking the time to attend the workshop. We are very much looking forward to these 2 days of discussion. As you know, the multiple crises of the European Union have put under great pressure the existing paradigms of the European Union, and as a result, differentiation and differentiated integration have come back into the spotlight. And in parallel, the literature on differentiation and differentiated integration in EU foreign and security policy has flourished as well. Nonetheless, me and Monica believe that there is still a lack of systematic knowledge when it comes to differentiation and differentiated integration, and therefore we decided to organize this workshop. The main aim will be to take stock of the institutional practices that have been taking place in EU foreign security policy, and also to somehow take stock of the theoretical, but also of the empirical knowledge, and somehow try to systematize that together with you in these days. So without further ado, we are very much looking forward to these 2 days of discussion, and I will now let my colleague and co-organizer Monica take the floor. She will give you an overview of what the guiding themes or guiding questions are that will be somehow the thread and the fil rouge of our discussion in these 2 days.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of you to participate in the workshop. It's really nice to see some people, actually, not only, I mean, I'm glad to see people on Zoom, but I'm even much more glad to see people in the room. And some of you, I mean, the participants of the workshop has received from us, let's say, a guiding questions or a set of guiding questions that we prepared before the workshop that should somehow be a baseline for the conceptual framework that we'll both come with after the workshop. And we just ask you before the workshop to somehow try to orient your papers around these 3 categories, around one of these categories, around all of the categories. You are basically free to choose. And we saw in the papers that actually many of you have done it, and we are grateful for that. Nonetheless, we would like to underline that the categories are very much open. So we are absolutely not, we are not claiming anything that it's ready, absolutely ready and finished. It's rather something that should be used for us to discuss. And as I say, later after the workshop, we will be working out the conceptual framework for the special issue. We will try to use these 3 categories that we derive from the literature. And now let me very briefly, I won't read it out loud because you, first of all, you got the email, and certainly you can see it on the, you can take a look on the screen. So basically we reviewed the literature, and we came to the conclusion that there are 3 main broad categories when one talk about differentiated integration, cooperation, not only in EU foreign policy, but also more general. However, the questions that you see are focused on EU's foreign security policy and external action. So we understand, our understanding of EU foreign policy is the broad one. We also include aspects of external action into the picture. I hope that you will see the questions in a minute, but let me start with the first category where we put the institutional and legal aspects of differentiated integration in EU foreign and security policy. And here we talk about different types, different formal and informal mechanisms that can be used for putting differentiated integration forward. We also would like to let's say, review why some mechanisms of differentiated integration haven't been used so far and that often in the European Union, and also what are the driving factors for the member states, but also probably for the EU institutions to drive differentiated integration forward. Of course, we build it up with the help of the literature, as I said, and we also reference here some models, and there will be, of course, many models in your papers that we will also take into account while considering this institutional and legal aspects. And finally, we also, of course, consider Brexit as one important factor that might impact the occurrence of various forms of differentiated integration in EU foreign policy in terms of external differentiation, and we will talk about it today in the afternoon. The second category of the questions refers to coherence and effectiveness, and also several papers of yours actually touch upon these issues. This goes also into the direction that Eric was referring to in the morning, I mean, a couple of minutes ago, how to tackle the activeness of the European Union and whether and when, under which conditions, differentiated integration can contribute to the effectiveness of EU's foreign policy, and when does it actually undermine it, or where's the risks of undermining the overall framework of EU foreign policy. So this is something that we would like to discuss in the second category. And finally, also here, how much differentiation actually EU's foreign and security policy can stand without risking to be fragmented and disintegrated. And the last category is accountability and legitimacy. This is something which we probably have to develop further. I mean, both of us, but also we might ask some of you in the papers to tackle this a bit more because we think this is pretty much interesting and important topic when we talk about differentiation in EU foreign policy. So what accountability mechanisms have been used so far and why actually they haven't been used so widely in the political practice, and to what extent is the decision-making process behind various forms of mostly informal differentiated integration legitimate, or how can we make it more legitimate that we see it now? So basically, these are the three broad categories. As you see, I think we can all probably work with them since they are pretty general. And after the workshop, we will put our heads together again and try to come up with a more coherent and clean framework for the special issue. But first of all, we are looking forward to hearing your papers and your presentations, and of course, the comments from the discussants, and then we will work with that. Now, since we have still a couple of minutes for the first panel, we suggest that we take a quick introductory round. And why, Andre, you want to start with saying who you are, and we'll do around the top.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the two organizers, Maria, Julia, and Monica, for having me here. I'm Andre Tushko. I'm a senior research fellow with the European Neighborhood Policy Chair, which is based in the College of Europe, the Tallinn campus. I usually work on the EU's southern neighborhood, the EU's foreign policy and neighborhood policies towards the eastern neighborhood. Apologies. The eastern neighborhood, Ukraine included. I think that will be it for now, and I will pass the floor for now.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Sophie van Honacker. I'm a professor at Maastricht University. I have a chair in European administrative governance. I primarily work on the emerging EU diplomatic system. I have been doing some work on the European External Action Service in recent years. And I'm at the moment a visiting fellow here at the Schumann Center. Thanks for having me.
Hello, I'm Matteo Bonomi from Istituto Affari Internazionali in Rome, and I'm glad to be here.
Good morning. Thanks for the invitation also from me. I'm Thomas Christiansen. I'm Professor of Political Science at Luis University, a colleague of Maria Julia and a former colleague of Sophie. Glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Raffaele Mastrorocco, first year SPS Research Department. Thank you very much for organizing it.
Okay, morning everyone. Thanks for inviting me to this Zoom call. I'm Ben Martill. I'm lecturer in politics and IR at the University of Edinburgh. Thank you.
And good morning. My name is Stephanie Hoffman. I just joined the EUI as the, still have to learn it, Joint IR Chair, I think it's called. I'm on leave from the Graduate Institute in Geneva.
Good morning, Joanna Diduch from the Jagiellonian University Institute of Middle and Far East, and I'm specializing in Israel studies, but also European studies, specifically European foreign policy. And we are working jointly with for this workshop with my wonderful colleague Magdalena Gura.
Hi, hello. I'm here in the internet, and I'm very glad to join you, Magda Gura, Institute of European Studies. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mikhail Derko. I'm Associate Professor of International Relations at Erasmus University Rotterdam, and I'm here also presenting a paper together with Clara Portela, but I don't see Clara online, so I have to wait for her. Oh no, she's in the waiting room.
My name is Adrienne Héritier. I'm Professor Emerita in the SPS department here at the EUI. I'm working on European policies and institutional change in Europe and regulation. And I'm supposed to comment today as a non-expert in foreign policy, European foreign policy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elie Perrault. I'm a PhD candidate at the Brussels School of Governance from the Vrije Universiteit Brussels. I work on European security. My thesis on the return of collective defense as a strategic change in Europe and what it means for NATO and the EU. And today I present my paper with my colleague also from the Brussels School of Governance, who's here, Stefan Klose. Maybe Stefan, you want to present yourself?
Yes, hi everyone, good morning. I'm Stefan Klose, joining from my bedroom in Brussels. I'm also from the Brussels School of Governance at the Vrije Universiteit Brussels. Thank you very much.
All right, so maybe I should introduce myself as well. Maria Giulia Madio Vicere. I am a Marie Curie Fellow here at the UI at the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies, and I mostly focus on integrated practices in new foreign and security policy, particularly in these years on differentiated European integration. And I'm very, very happy to be here with you in these days.
And I'm Monika Sus. I'm Associate Professor at the Polish Academy of Sciences for Political Science and European Studies. And I'm also a fellow at the Hertie School at the Center for Security Studies. And I am also a visiting fellow at the Schuman Center for a couple of months. Thank you. And I think we have two more people that joined us on Zoom. And maybe you could say a couple of introductory words about you. Thank you.
I am Sergio Fabrini. I am Professor of Politics at the Lewis University and Dean of the Political Science Department. Thanks to all. Bye-bye, Magda.
Good morning. I'm Daniel Schade. I'm Assistant Professor at Cornell, and I'm actually going to be presenting in the first session. And I'm joining you from the US right now, which is why I'm not quite fully awake yet, because it's the middle of the night.
Well, I'm Calypso Nicolaidis, and I'm joining you from Buentalenti, the School of Transnational Governance, where I will be teaching this morning, but then joining you again. So very happy to be with you, working on external trade relations of the EU.
Okay, then maybe I say we could go ahead with the workshop. We have our first panel, which is a panel chaired by me, and Adrienne will be the discussant. May I remind you to speak close to the microphone, otherwise the people online won't be able to hear you. We'll have up to 20 minutes each for individual presentations. And if this is fine with you, I would ask the speaker to first present, and then the discussants to reply. And then obviously the speaker will have the time to respond, and will then open up the floor to you, to the public, for comments and questions. Having said that, I would maybe, shall we leave the discussant on the table, or should we? Well, that's fine. Okay, great. Then I would maybe ask Daniel to start this presentation. Daniel is a visiting professor at Cornell University. Thank you very much for being here online with us, and thank you for waking up that early in the morning. You're officially the hero of the workshop. So please, I think you should share the presentation via Zoom directly.
Yeah, working on it.
Okay, great. 20 minutes from the moment you start.
All right. Again, good morning from my side. It's too bad that I couldn't join you. I'm kind of stuck in the United States still while the travel ban from Europe is still going on. So I'm just presenting to you like this today. I'm going to present on statements made at the Permanent Council of the OSCE as an example for largely informal differentiation in the EU's common foreign and security policy. And for this paper, I basically start from the assumption that there's an increasing relevance of the EU's presence in international organization settings, and that in many of these international organization environments, we now see a parallel presence of both the European Union as an entity in and of itself, and of its member states, who oftentimes have been members of these institutions, of these bodies, for much longer periods of time than the EU itself. And while there has been a considerable body of research in understanding the EU's behavior in the United Nations system, including how, for instance, voting and individual statements might work in that setting, that's not necessarily been the case for the OSCE, so the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And why do I think it's important to further study the EU's presence in these international organization settings through the perspective of differentiated integration? Well, what's really interesting is that while we have a presence of the European Union that is now mandated by the Lisbon Treaty in many instances, with the attempts to make the EU an international actor in its own right and a diplomatic actor in this setting, the practice of how this is actually exercised largely is done through informal mechanisms. And so this really offers us an opportunity to take a look at differentiated integration, not just in this interesting setting of the foreign policy environment, but also to take a look at a specific instance where differentiated integration is something that happens largely informally. And so the paper looks at how the EU behaves at the OSCE, specifically one specific body at the OSCE, the sort of central decision and debating body of the OSCE, which is the Permanent Council. And I'm going to be looking at how often and how the EU intervenes as the EU itself in cooperation with outside countries, and also perhaps the settings in which member states still act as member states alone and not as part of the EU setting in itself. Now, why the OSCE in particular? I've already mentioned that it's understudied compared to the United Nations environment, but the setting at the OSCE is also unique in that the EU actually lacks legal standing in terms of representation at the organization. While the EU is recognized in the UN context, it's been impossible to reform the EU's official position in the OSCE, so that makes it even more informal how the EU chooses to exercise its representation there. The membership of the OSCE is also relatively diverse, with 57 participating states across the former East-West divides. And it's also one of the first venues in which EU foreign policy cooperation actually occurred, when the Helsinki Final Accords were actually signed. And then lastly, what I find particularly interesting about studying the OSCE setting and the Permanent Council in particular is the issue that the meetings take place so regularly, where the EU and the member states actually have an opportunity to intervene. So this is different from the United Nations setting in that there's actually a meeting of the Permanent Council of the OSCE on a weekly basis at least. And so this kind of almost allows us to study this kind of foreign policy differentiation on a daily basis with what's going on at the organization. Now, before I get into the empirics of the paper also talks about some definitional issues that I'm sure we'll all collectively talk about in this workshop. In that, when we take general definitions of differentiated integration, they're not really suited that well for actually studying EU foreign policy in settings, again, where informality plays a crucial role, where it is not the legal dimensions of differentiation that are relevant, but actually how this is being exercised. So when we do study differentiated integration in other settings, and particularly the CFSP, we need to be more focused on the ad hoc and informal dimensions of that. And if we sort of take that particularly to the setting at the OSCE, what's very important is that we need to be aware that when the EU interacts in this setting, when the member states interact in this setting, that differentiated integration actually happens firstly through a choice of the EU framework or not. So actually, do the member states opt collectively to act as the European Union on behalf and in the name of the European Union, or do they choose to act as individual countries or groups of individual countries? So this obviously applies to this sort of internal dimension of differentiated integration. And then secondly, do we see the EU acting alone wherever it does act as the European Union? Or do they bring other countries on board with what they're doing? So is there some kind of alliance behavior of the EU bringing other countries into the fold in terms of what it is trying to do? And then there's also a third dimension, which is relatively interesting, but probably just relevant in the OSCE context, in that sometimes in the OSCE one sees all EU27 countries acting collectively, but actually leaving out the sort of term European Union, probably to avoid the controversy surrounding the status of the EU at the organization. So we see action de facto by all EU members, but without actually being able to say that they're EU members collectively. And then lastly, what's perhaps also important is that while usually differentiation is is often seen as a weakness in terms of the EU not acting as one. In CFSP settings, it's probably quite often also an advantage where specific EU member states take over roles as sort of leaders in foreign policy. And so we need to be aware of this lead group concept also at the OSCE. Now, what is the empirical basis for this paper? I've already talked about the fact that it looks very much at OSCE Permanent Council meetings, which happen on a weekly basis. And what's really interesting, and it's very much an untapped source of data, is that there are very detailed meeting agendas available. And those include most actual statements that are given by participating states in permanent council settings. So we can actually study to quite some extent how countries intervene in this very particular diplomatic setting, which is both a decision-making body of the OSCE and serves as a sort of diplomatic forum for debate. Now, for what I'm presenting to you today, I'm looking specifically at the 2019 and 2020 Permanent Council meetings, but the actual data set is larger. I just haven't had the time to sort of go across all the data to make sure that it is consistent across the other years. So what I'm about to present to you is based on 85 sessions of the Permanent Council with 8,000 statements in total. And in addition to this larger data set, I've also conducted some qualitative interviews with EU and member state diplomats that are actually working in the OSCE context. Now, just to give you an example as to the source of this data, which I then sort of translated into a data set. This is one meeting agenda of a relatively random meeting of the Permanent Council. You can see that the agendas are relatively detailed in terms of the topics that are being discussed, and then also in terms of the kind of interventions that happen. What's also really interesting is that they record the participation of the European Union with a statement, such as here. In this case, Germany held the rotating council presidency, and that is also always recorded given the odd status of the EU at the OSCE. And then it also mentions which other countries actually align with the EU's position in that setting. So it's relatively easy to take a look at whether the EU acts alone, acts as the European Union, or in sync with other outside countries, or whether individual EU countries actually intervene. Now, when we consider the EU's actual standing at the OSCE, I've already mentioned that it's a bit complex given the lack of legal recognition of the European Union. So what it does there ultimately is the result of a practice that has developed already prior to the Lisbon Treaty, but also has changed again with the Lisbon Treaty, where now if one talks to the EU's diplomats in Brussels, they very much say that the aim is for the EU to basically always intervene collectively as the European Union exclusively at Permanent Council meetings, with this idea of the one voice mantra, that the EU should be speaking as one. When the EU gives a statement in these weekly sessions of the Permanent Council, this is always based on prior internal EU coordinations in the days beforehand. And so that ultimately leaves little room for spontaneous intervention by the EU's representatives in the Permanent Council, who would have to rely on further coordination to make sure that they can actually partake in an ongoing discussion, which happens very frequently at the OSCE. So while the EU gives those initial statements, it can't be quite an active participant in debates at Permanent Council settings. Now, when we talk about internal differentiation of the EU at the OSCE, I've already alluded to this. So this can either refer to the absence of an EU position, so where the EU doesn't intervene at all, yet individual member states do, or groups of member states do. And then one might also situations where there might be any EU statements, any initial EU statement, but despite this, member states might still participate as member states in those debates. Now, when we take a look at cases of potential external differentiation at the Permanent Council, well, this is what I've just shown you with one example on the actual meeting agenda. So we might see non-EU countries aligning with the EU position, which means that they don't actually give a statement themselves. They just say, we agree with the EU statement. So the EU statement is also given on behalf of us. And then we might also find situations where member states themselves or even the EU aligns with the statement of someone else. So where, say, the United States might be giving a statement and the EU says, well, this is also our statement, or a group of member states says, well, this is also our statement. And then lastly, there are those cases where the EU just doesn't say anything at all, including its member states. So let's take a look at the data at hand, what we can see from it. Over this 2-year period, the EU had 358 statements as the European Union as such, and that makes the EU actually one of the most active participants in the Permanent Council. Only perhaps the United States and Russia participate more often with individual statements in the Permanent Council setting. And on 330 of those 358 occasions, actually one or more countries was aligning with the EU's position. So this is quite frequent that other countries actually follow suit in what the EU is saying. If we take a look at those remaining cases where no one actually aligned with the EU's position, then those aren't actual political statements, but they're mostly of an administrative nature, where it makes sense that the EU speaks just as the European Union, for instance, when they talk about budgetary contributions to the OSCE as such. So it appears to be very much the norm that there is external differentiation going on with the EU speaking, not just as the European Union, but as a larger collective of member states. Now, who are those countries that regularly intervene with the European Union? So in blue, you see what I've called alignment frequency. So how often have those countries been part of the coalition of the European Union, of those 358 statements? And we can see that some countries almost always intervene collectively with the European Union, such as Montenegro, North Macedonia, or Albania, but also Iceland as an EEA member state. And this pattern is further reinforced by the fact that a country like Montenegro has only intervened on 9 occasions as Montenegro itself. This is a little different for some other cases like Ukraine, which is aligned with the EU's position on 160 occasions, but has also made more frequent statements as Ukraine itself. And then on the other hand of the spectrum, we have countries like the United States or Azerbaijan who might have aligned with the EU once, but basically they have their own presence in the OSCE Permanent Council. So what we do see is that alignment indeed appears to be the norm for many non-EU countries. And while that is indeed the case, there are a few apparent outliers, which we don't see on this graph at all, such as Switzerland, which doesn't apparently as a principle align with the EU's position, or the United Kingdom. This is the post-Brexit period, obviously, which also never aligns with the European Union in this regard. Now, if we shift the perspective to the member states themselves, so looking at potential cases of internal differentiation, we see that individual member states still participate in OSCE Permanent Council debates as individual member states. So here in this graph, you see in blue, all the statements given on behalf of individual member states. That includes situations where France might actually be agreeing with a statement held by, say, the United States or the United Kingdom. And then in orange, where France has just intervened as a single country, where it is just speaking for itself and no one else is speaking for France. And in this situation, we see that the numbers of countries intervening individually are obviously much, much lower than the cases in which the European Union intervenes as the European Union, but we still see this as a practice that is happening. And there are indeed a couple of outliers, and specifically France and Germany as countries that still seem to make relatively regular use of their right to speak individually in Permanent Council sessions. Now, if we consider this EU member state participation in those settings individually in a little bit more detail, we see that there is a diversity of how individual member states participate, with the difference between countries like France and Germany, and on the other hand, a Luxembourg, which does this relatively infrequently. But it is still apparently an accepted practice for countries to take part individually in these debates. Now, where France and Germany can clearly be identified as outliers, there also is a pretty good reason for that, because those two countries have specific roles as part of the so-called Minsk group format in the OSCE, where they actually have to negotiate bilaterally, partially as a lead group, and they also have to report back to the Permanent Council on a regular basis. So this doesn't necessarily indicate that both of these countries want to share their own views, but that they have to share their views as individual countries when it comes to the Minsk process. And in the French case, we actually see that very often France also likes to supplant an EU statement with its own statement to perhaps render issues more precise. Now, where we do find instances of the EU not acting as the European Union, but as the 27 member states acting collectively, this is oftentimes down to the contested status of the EU at the OSCE, where, for instance, the UK might not accept to be on a statement with the entity called the European Union, but still it's important for a large group of states at the OSCE to be seen as acting together. Yeah, and so here sometimes the choice appears to be made to just drop the EU term altogether, to still be able to make a statement as, say, 40 out of 57 countries participating in the OSCE. And one thing that's also particularly interesting about those cases of internal differentiation that we see in the OSCE context is that this doesn't really appear to be a case of differing views on substantive political matters. We've obviously seen political contestation of EU foreign policy positions become more and more of an issue in the last couple of years, particularly with Hungary trying to block a few EU statements in other settings. In the EU OSCE context, we don't really see this yet. So I can see that in the actual data, but also this is confirmed through interviews that this kind of adversity doesn't play a role in how the EU behaves in the OSCE context yet. But the interviewees who I talked to said that they do see the risk, but so far there haven't been any substantive cases of actually the 27 countries not being able to agree on a common position in the setting. Now, what can we learn from taking a look at this data, both in terms of who the EU tends to speak with when it speaks as the EU, and also the data on EU countries intervening individually despite the option of intervening as the European Union itself? Well, if we just take a look at the broad numbers, we can see that internal differentiation really doesn't happen all that often. And it is really the norm for the European Union to intervene collectively. And we think about the reasons for why that might be, and that is partially confirmed by the interviews which I did. One of the reasons for that is that intervening as the European Union just provides strength in numbers. If you're 27 out of 57 participating states in the OSCE, then you're representing quite a lot of weight. And there are a few other reasons, just as the possibility for making PC meetings more smooth in the end, so there doesn't have to be 27 individual statements by individual countries. And so in this case, this really shows us lack of internal differentiation as norm. And since I'm kind of running out of time, I'm going to straight jump to the cases of external differentiation, where again, why might the EU accept this? Well, adding more countries to the EU's fold gives again strength in numbers, and it provides an active role for all the countries represented at the OSCE. So even if you're Albania and you don't have that many diplomatic resources to put into the OSCE context, if you always speak with the European Union, you're seen as acting individually as part of the EU's broader coalition as well. And also, if we consider which countries do this on a regular basis, we find perhaps not so surprising patterns that this might mostly applies to countries who are wanting to join the European Union, who partially even have a legal commitment to act with the EU in its foreign policy positions. I'm not going to talk about why there's a lack of of external differentiation in other cases, because that's very much down to individual countries like the UK wanting to demonstrate its independence. So I'll jump to the conclusions. And those are relatively short for where the paper stands at present. So on the one hand, we see that if we want to figure out differentiation in EU foreign policy, it can really help to take a look at practice settings, such as at the OSCE. And OSCE Permanent Council meetings are really an untapped source of data to help us understand EU diplomatic activity in this kind of particular setting. And if we consider the patterns of internal and external differentiation that we see, this is really representative of larger political considerations in EU foreign policy. So again, the example of why is it Albania that tends to speak together with the European Union? Well, this can largely be explained by the fact that Albania wants to join the European Union and perhaps wants to signal its alignment with the EU's positions. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for this insightful and very interesting presentation. I would now ask Stefan Klose and Elie Perrault to take the floor and to give their presentation. Elie Perrault, you're giving the presentation, right? Yes. Just and the title of their contribution is Distinguishing Two Modes of Differentiation in the European Union, Differentiated Integration versus Differentiated Cooperation. And the discussant is still Professor Héritier. Sì, would you like to stand or it's fine? You can. Presentation workshop, okay. E se lui col telecomandino può. Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, today I'm going to present a paper that we've written with so Stefan Klose and also a third co-author, Sergi Temi-Sisler. She's also from the Brussels School of Governance at the VUB, and the paper is called "Spot the Difference: Differentiated Cooperation and Differentiated Integration in the European Union." So in the paper, we start by focusing on the concept of differentiated integration, saying, of course, it's been a very useful concept. It's been used, there's been a wide research agenda about differentiated integration, and the concept as such has been very useful to enhance the discipline understanding of the complex and often uneven process of European integration. But the more the concept of differentiated integration, in our opinion, has been used, the more it has been at risk of conceptual stretching, in the sense that the concept of DI, differentiated integration, has been applied in policies areas that are not actually really integrated at the EU level, even if they are within EU competence, or some policies area work, as you very know, more according to the intergovernmental method rather than the community method, and for us that creates this problem of conceptual stretching if we speak of differentiated integration in these areas when differentiation happens in these areas. So we are not, of course, the first ones. We don't claim to be the first one at all to point out this problem of conceptual stretching, but in that regard, but we had the feeling that the issue hadn't been properly or fully addressed by the literature yet, and that's a bit what we try to do in this paper, and we do that by proposing really to distinguish between differentiated integration and differentiated cooperation as two modes or subcategories of a broader phenomenon that would be differentiation, and we do that in the paper by having first a conceptual discussion, and then by applying our distinction between DI and DC to two case studies. The first one is the common security and defense policy. So we look at differentiation in that policy field, and then we look at differentiation in the justice and home affairs area. So in the presentation, I focus more on the general argument. I say also a few things about our case studies, but they are a bit more still work in progress, and especially the one on justice and home affairs. So I'll focus more on the general arguments of the paper. So we start the conceptual part of the paper by making some very basic remarks on the concept of differentiated integration by looking at how it's formed as a concept, because when you speak of differentiated integration, you have, of course, the known integration, so which means that you suppose or you assume that a certain level of integration in a given policy area, and if you add the adjective differentiated, it means that not all member states follow the norms or the rules in that area. So for us, actually, differentiated integration is perfectly fine to describe what's happening, for instance, in policies like EU monetary policy, which is centrally managed by the ECB. And as you all know, but which is, I mean, EU monetary policy is not followed by all member states, as you very well know. So for us, DI is a perfect concept to describe that. But we've seen also that sometimes the concept of differentiated integration has been applied in other policies areas where it has created a bit for researchers a sense of conceptual discomfort to speak about differentiating integration in areas that are not integrated, because we can see that researchers were a bit confused or expressed this discomfort that the concept of differentiated integration couldn't really capture the reality they had, the empirical reality they had in front of them. And for instance, there's in a paper, in an article from 2019 by Vivian Schmitz, she referred to differentiation in EU defense policy as continued unintegrated differentiation. So I think that expresses well or captures well this feeling that it's a bit uneasy or awkward to speak of differentiated integration, for instance, when it comes to EU defense policy. We've looked a bit at how the literature has tried to deal with that problem. First, we see that very often actually the problem is just a bit ignored, the problem of conceptual stretching, in the sense that very often we alternate between differentiation, differentiated integration, without saying if the two concepts are the same, if they are different, in which ways. I think that's something that's quite common. Or there is the famous distinction between horizontal and vertical differentiation in the literature that has been proposed by Professor Frank Schmidt-Fennings and his co-authors. And we think actually in particular vertical differentiation is very close actually and captures a bit the same reality that what we are trying to address in the paper. But for us, it's a bit problematic actually to conceptualize the fact that the EU works at a different level of integration as an instance of differentiation, in a sense that differentiation presupposes not just a diversity of situation. Of course, if you have uniformity, you don't have differentiation, but it presupposes also a kind of point of reference. So with horizontal differentiation, it's quite easy to see whether a member state follows or not the acquis communautaire. Some member states may have opt-outs or they are opt-ins. But for vertical differentiation, it's much more difficult to see or to define what could be this point of reference. So that's why, because of this absence of clear benchmark, actually, we consider that a better definition of differentiation has been proposed by a paper published here at the EUI by Levenitz and Krisig, I think 2 years ago, where they defined differentiation as any modality of integration or cooperation that allows states, members and non-members and sub-state entities to work together in non-homogeneous, flexible ways. And we think that's a better way to define a differentiation, because it doesn't have any assumption about the level of centralization, and that's just this definition that we work with. But of course, with this definition of differentiation as an overarching concept, then the phenomenon of differentiation can occur, of course, still in fields that are that work according to the principle of integration or according to the principle of cooperation or integration. It's then to capture these two possibilities that we differentiate, or that we distinguish between differentiated cooperation and differentiated integration, as explained in the figure here. And we see those DI and DC then as two modes of differentiation, as a broader concept. So we think the benefit of these distinctions we make in the paper is really just to clarify actually the relationships between the concepts that are all already been there in the literature, but it hasn't been like fully articulated to our in our understanding. So we have differentiation as an overarching concept, then you have differentiated integration and differentiated cooperation as a counterpart to DI in fields that are not integrated but still within the competence of the EU. But of course, I mean, how we define DI and DC, there are ideal types or concepts, and it may not be always very easy to categorize empirical instances of differentiation, whether as DI or as DC. And for operationalizing the distinction, the conceptual distinction we make in the paper, we rely on categories, or let's say on a ranking from a paper by Borzel from 2005, where the idea was to precisely to put emphasis on the fact that the EU works in different ways, depending on policies areas that are more or less integrated. So the original paper was really all the part that's on the left, and for us, then we say, if you see that differentiation is occurring in areas that work at level 0, 1, or 2, it's differentiated cooperation. And if differentiation occurs in levels working according to level 3, 4, 5 of decision making as defined by Borzel, then it's differentiated in integration. And so then in the paper, we also try to work a bit with these categories and with this operationalization in two policy areas that we've selected, where the EU, of course, is much less integrated, or at least for CSDP, with justice and home affairs that has changed over time. But with CSDP, we look at different elements of differentiation in that field. For instance, we look at Denmark's opt-out, at the permanent structural cooperation, and at enhanced cooperation if it were to happen in that field. And we find actually that's not very surprising, also given the nature of CSDP, that all instances of differentiation in CSDP are instances of differentiated cooperation, even for us, the permanent structural cooperation, even if some papers have presented as an instance of integration in the defense field. According to how we operationalize our concepts, it's still much more an instance of differentiated cooperation than differentiated integration, because it remains very much ruled by the intergovernmental method of functioning. We also look at different things in justice and home affairs. The opt-outs that the UK had, or Ireland and Denmark, at the Schengen regime, and then the enhanced cooperation. I think the Schengen regime wasn't there In the paper we submitted, we are still really working out on the justice and affairs. We've changed a bit since we've submitted the paper, so that's very much work in progress. At least this case study. And now I think I'll turn to Stefan to explain a bit what are our conclusions and to open the discussion on our paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Eli. I hope everyone can hear and see me well. I just want to add a few points on our conclusion before we move on to the discussion. So what we've tried to do here in this paper is to hopefully develop a useful conceptual framework which helps scholars to speak more comfortably and accurately about differentiation, especially when analyzing EU policy areas characterized primarily by intergovernmental coordination. In our empirical section, we primarily focused on showing how policies of differentiation can be identified as either DC or DI, so how we can recognize DC and DI when we see it. And we have tried by extension to place two areas of EU security policy, CSDP and AFSJ, on a DC-DI spectrum. CSDP, in our view, is more clearly characterized by DC, AFSJ more by DI. Now in our conclusions, we note that our analysis may be only a first helpful step towards a larger research agenda, which could be built around the concepts of DC and DI. And specifically in our conclusions, we propose two interesting ways in which research on differentiation in EU politics could be carried forward by our framework. First, we argue that scholars may build on our framework to develop a comprehensive and systematic understanding of the form differentiation takes across various EU policy areas. And we argue that such an analysis across policy areas can help us understand the extent to which the EU really is a system of differentiated integration, as suggested by Schimmelpfennig-Laufmann-Rittberger, or whether to a great extent it resembles rather a system of differentiated cooperation. And relatedly, we think it would be very interesting then to determine whether the EU is trending towards a system of differentiated integration, or rather towards a system of differentiated cooperation, especially in view of disintegrative dynamics. And if, say, it trends towards the increasing use of differentiated cooperation, then of course it will be important to look at the causes and consequences of such a trend, including the consequences for the significance of supranational institutions. Second, and relatedly, we argue that scholars may use our concepts to analyze whether the causes and consequences of DC and DI are the same, or whether they differ. And if they differ, it would be interesting to determine whether the current circumstances are more suitable, say, for an expansion of DC rather than DI, and so on. Finally, it will be interesting to investigate how DC and DI interact. For instance, it would be interesting to analyze under which circumstances the emergence of DC facilitates the emergence of DI, and under which circumstances it leads to what Haworth has viewed as negative differentiation, where DC functions as an obstacle to DI. Okay, so in short, we believe that a conceptual distinction between DC and DI can open up a very interesting research agenda, which may help to shed new light on the current state and future of differentiation in the European Union. And now for the discussion, we'd be very interested in hearing from you whether you find the conceptual distinction which we propose useful and convincing, whether you feel like this is a distinction that can help you with your own research on differentiation and CFSP, CSDP. Secondly, and especially for those who had the chance to read the paper, we're interested to hear whether you found our empirical application of the framework convincing. And finally, we'd be happy to hear from you whether you may have any further ideas for how our conceptual framework can help move forward the study of differentiation in EU politics. So whether you have any ideas that might be useful to add to the research agenda, which we're outlining in our conclusions. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to your feedback.
Many thanks, Stefan and Ellie, for the presentation and for having set our conceptual discussion by unpacking by starting to unpack, I shall say, the concept of differentiation and differentiated integration in EU foreign security policy. I will now give the floor to Professor Héritier for the discussion of the two papers. Please, Adrienne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me to discuss the two papers. I very much enjoyed reading them. I'll just start with the second one because we just heard the presentation. So indeed, I mean, I thought, what is this paper doing? And it's not that you start out with a why question, right? But you say, we want to make clear that there is conceptual stretching going on in differentiation, and we want to contribute to a clarification of the terms which are being used, because, as you rightly argue, you can find DI in many policy areas where there are no EU competencies, and that strikes you as something which is indeed a puzzle in a way, but you don't formulate it as a puzzle. So your answer is then, we want to distinguish between DI and DC, which I found kind of plausible as a way to go forward. And then I also then wondered, however, when you say, so that's why we are using now the definition introduced by Sandra Lavne and Krisic. Differentiation is a modality of integration or cooperation among actors, which allows members and non-members to work together in a non-homogeneous and flexible way, right? And then your next step is to say, so that is a pretty kind of a definition, which has some information, but needs to be much kind of specified. And in order to do that, you say then that you use kind of systematization by Tanja Börzel, degrees of centralization. And that goes some way, I think, but only to some extent, because I find that there is only kind of not a close fit between lots of her categories and what you mostly focus on, that is homogeneity in acting and flexibility in acting. So what would be actually be interesting to hear more precisely from you is how exactly do you kind of operationalize empirically non-homogeneity? How do I recognize it when I see it in terms of policy latitude or policy differences in legislation, in actors' power, which you have in the centralization kind of ladder, which was developed by Tanja Börzel. And the same holds, and even more probably more difficult to do as regards flexibility, because that's not much captured by this structural kind of centralization method, which is offered by Börzel. So I don't see there a very close fit between these two definition of Sandra Lavne and Tanja Börzel's categorization. So that it would be good if that would come out more clearly, and in a way that you really make a kind of a strict test to yourself to say, now, if I want to see if there is flexibility, how exactly do I measure flexibility in terms of which empirical indicators? And I don't think that they fit that well with what you have in terms of the classification of centralization. That could be improved, I think. Now, what you find, I think, a very interesting finding in your empirical examples is that actually each policy area you look at, which are large areas, of course, you have both, right? You have CI, you have DI and C and DC. And but to some extent, of course, the reader also thinks, to what extent does that not just kind of correspond to a community method on the one hand and intergovernmental method on the other, right? Which is, I mean, so obvious. Again, you know, the empirical indicators should be very fine-grained in saying, okay, I recognize DC by empirical indicators X, Y, Z, and that can't be contested, right? And the other way around also for DI. But what I find interesting to say, to see in your empirical that you find in each policy area, you find both, right? So you have this these hybrid features in the policy areas which you discussed. And then, of course, as I said at the very beginning, you don't have a why question, right? In the paper, in this paper, right? But it is a conceptual discussion, which has its obvious merits. But then at the very end, you say, and actually has just been mentioned by your colleague, we have a much more ambitious agenda still to work with this. And then your research questions, actually why questions come up. So why do you move from, let's say, in an area where you only have cooperative, differentiated cooperation, DC, why do you move to DI? Under which process is underlying this movement over time, right? What is driving this process? And of course, there you would have to come up with certain causal mechanisms, right? Which means also that you have to have some theory, right? So what's the underlying theory which would explain and help you in your future research agenda, which you mentioned in your paper, which I think are very important questions which you raise. What kind of theory will you use there, right? And what kind of hypothesis will you come up with? So these are the main points I want to mention regarding the second
Adriana,
paper.
if you agree, then maybe I would ask the speakers to respond, given that it's
sure.
this was a very insightful discussion, and probably would be better for them to get back to your comments, and then we'll hear your thoughts about Daniel's paper. Okay.
Sure.
Ali, do you want to go first? So maybe Stefan. I mean, you can choose, obviously. Thank you very much, Adriana, for the comments.
Yeah, I don't know, Stefan, if you want to go first or I should go first.
You can go ahead, and then I add.
Well, I start maybe with the more general comment on the paper, because yeah, of course, it's I know the paper can be a bit unsatisfying in a way, in the sense that it's not a why question. It's really yeah, it's really about conceptual clarification first, and we showed like it would be, I mean, we wouldn't have like the space actually really to do everything. So first we wanted really to focus on distinguishing those things, because actually what we've seen in the literature is that there are a lot of papers that say, well, by the way, actually differentiated integration is not a very good concept, but then they go on doing their things about, I don't know, like for instance, differentiation in foreign policy, but they didn't take the time actually to really say, to really say maybe we should reflect a bit more on the concepts that we are using. So we were trying to do a bit the reverse, and that's why actually in the end we arrive with all those questions, but we don't really, I mean, we don't really solve them, but we just say these are avenues for further research, and that's really for us just the first step to just say how we can classify things, and you know, how conceptually we can differentiate them, and then classify them empirically, and then maybe there will be a lot of other questions, causal ones. Actually, you can even raise questions of legitimacy. I think that's a typical question with regard to differentiation. So I mean, I think the paper yeah, has to be understood a bit on its own terms, you know, in terms of what it intends to do, which is really first and foremost conceptual clarification, and then we are thinking a bit of the questions you raise, you know, like the type of hypothesis, the type of causal mechanisms, but we haven't been that much, I mean, into that yet, because first we want to see if that distinction is convincing also for others, if that works. So we really focused on that first, I would say. What can I say? I mean, on the how we selected a bit the empirical, the different example in the case studies. It's really based on the treaties, what the treaties, I mean, the different mechanisms that you have in the treaties for differentiation in CSDP, for instance, we didn't go too much into the discussion about informal, formal, for instance, mechanisms. So because also, again, I think there are many ways you could pull the discussion in different directions, but we had just one kind of strict goal, which was first and foremost to establish this distinction. So we tried to simplify things also when it came to empirics, just focusing on very on mechanisms for differentiation that are in the treaties. I agree actually with you when you say maybe it's not that surprising that it just overlaps or argument with the distinction between the community method and the intergovernmental method, and indeed actually it really overlaps. But for us, what's surprising, we are reacting also a bit to what's in the literature, in the sense that of people speaking about differentiating integration in areas that were according to the intergovernmental method and the community method, and not really, or feeling a bit this conceptual discomfort, as we can say, or sometimes just ignoring a bit the problem of conceptual stretching. So of course, I think in the end, it's the overall result may not be that surprising, but I think it's just a discussion that has not really happened for us, and that should happen in the literature about differentiation. Maybe Stefan, if you want to add some other things.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, Ili. You said it really well, I think. So perhaps just to say that I think what you rightly pointed out, and what we should certainly reflect on, is the fit between the quote or the definition by Lavenex, Krisic, and their paper, and our then definition of DC and DI. So that is something we certainly need to take a look at. Our ambition, I think, was less to fully unpack the definition by Lavenex and Krisic, but rather to build on it. We use it as inspiration for our own framework. And I think the key idea here was that Lavenex and Krisic point out that differentiation includes both integration and cooperation. So that is the element that we most build on primarily. And I think what could be very interesting, and perhaps any of you here have good ideas for that, is to also reflect on that research agenda that we set out to build towards in this paper. If any of you have ideas for how to develop those causal mechanisms, about theories that might be used to explain the occurrence of DC and DI, the relationship between the two, we're more than happy to hear your ideas, and that will of course be very interesting for future papers that could develop that relationship more clearly.
Okay, thank you, Eli and Stefan, for your responses to Adrian's comments. I would ask Adrian to go ahead with Daniel's. Sure, of course.
I think, yeah, you're right, of course, that the first aim, you have to have clear concepts, right? And that's the merit, right? And if you have fuzzy concepts, which means they overlap with other concepts, right? And their full kind of potential of informing your research gets muddled because it overlaps with another concept, right? And you rightly say that has happened a lot, actually, with the entire discussion about differentiation, right? And therefore, coming up with clear distinction is, I think, very important. And of course, you have to do it at the beginning of your paper and not at the end. But of course, when you say stretching means that's what your aim is, to avoid that concept of being stretched, that of course then presupposes that you have a very, very clear distinction and no overlap at all between the two concepts. And otherwise you do not, you still are stretching, right? And the one thing which then the question which was asked by your colleague, is co-author, is what kind of theories could explain why, when you have a clear definition of what is now DI and what is DC, and they have to be really clearly distinguished, right, in terms of empirical phenomena, which you then measure, why do you move from one to another? And one answer actually could be that this kind of something which I always tend to be interested in is that you have one institutional rule, let's say under DC, right? But this institutional rule of differentiated cooperation is very vague, right? Which allows you, if you apply this DC, and if you have actors who would be in favor of DI, that is preferences for a deeper integration, right? Then they would try to push it in the course of application to move to DI. That is kind of a theory of institutional change, which we developed kind of like 15 years ago together with Henry Farrell, which you can observe a lot in institutional rules applied of very different nature in European policymaking, in European shaping of institutions. So that's what comes to my mind if, I mean, you ask what kind of theories could be helpful for us to explain how the two interact, right? So, yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. Great, thank you, Adrian. All right, I suggest we jump to Daniel's contribution so that we have enough time for his comments as well. And then afterwards, if we have still time, we'll open the floor to the broader audience. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Dan.
So how much time do I have? Just like, I don't need much time anyway.
I mean, the coffee break, it's set at 11:15. Obviously, we can be a bit late, but I would like to have
discussion.
Yeah, a discussion afterwards. Thanks.
Right. So I enjoyed very much reading this paper as well. So what you do here, again, so I asked myself, what is the nature of this paper, right? And I think what you do is describing patterns, again, of internal and external differentiation in the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And there is no why question, at least in the paper. Now in your presentation, you did raise various why questions, which I'll come back to. So these why questions, so you don't come out then with kind of a research question and then you say, what is my causal argument? How can I explain that you have these formal and informal, and mostly informal types of interactions in the Permanent Council, which I think is, and why do they have these two interesting patterns which you find, not to put it wrong, external and internal differentiation. Why do we find these patterns in the numbers you showed us? So I think you could link it very easily with this why question, which you raised at the very end of your presentation then, but not in the paper. And I found these patterns really interesting, but let me see, where is that point? I would like to ask a question here, which I found puzzling in internal differentiation, that you say there are actually no substantive disagreements among member states. So what are the disagreements about then? Why would member states insist on differences if they are not substantive? And you have this really interesting footnote on page 5, which says, which points to the lack of actorness, right, of the EU in these negotiations or discussions. And this quote says, page 5, sorry. Oh no, that's the wrong paper. It says, the system allows the OSCE to make substantive choices by unanimity, by unanimous vote, despite the presence of differing views on what is being voted on. So which in a way, of course, the reader would think that's, I can imagine that this happens in the way you describe it. But of course, in a way, it seems then almost that the decisions of OSCE are futile, right? If then you have such vague decisions or outcomes that everybody understands something different with respect to that outcome, which then is not very problem solving, doesn't lead to much problem solving. So that is something which I found really interesting to hear, to read here. And as regards the external differentiation, and you show the figures, how that happens often. And of course, a reader again thinks, and why do you find exactly these patterns? And then you offered in your presentation, and you said, of course, those who would like to become members, they would support the EU in these discussions, right? So that you had, again, you had an explanation, an answer to a why question, but you don't really go into it in the paper. What I found really interesting in your paper is when you say, I'm focusing here not on structures, but on informal practices, right? The way daily interactions, what happens in that I find really fascinating. But my question, additional question here would be, so what exactly is the link between the formal structures in which these informal discussions are embedded, and how do they matter? To what extent do they matter? Obviously, unanimity rule is one of the formal structures which play a very important role, right, in these daily interactions between the actors who have to discuss matters. But it would be nice to have more of a kind of an explanation of what the link is between the formal structures and the informal practices, right? To kind of explicate it a bit more. And well, and that's of course linked also to the question, because you announced that in your title, you're having talk about your discursive action, right? So where does actually here discourse come in the sense of changing actors' preferences through persuasion, through having the better argument? How does that, I haven't seen it in the paper here yet, but it's in the title. So somehow the reader expects some elaboration on what is really discursive here, what is happening here in terms of discourse. And maybe one point which is more connected to the data which you have, and you describe them in the statements which you have collected. But you don't say very much about the analytical method you use in order to analyze or categorize these statements. So what kind of method did you use? What kind of analysis did you use? Almost done. Oh yeah, and a last question. You do mention very briefly in the paper the Mixity Principle. So when member states or the EU as an entity are acting once as an entity or once as individual member states, you know, the literature on the Mixity Principle, which also kind of develops how this can be used in a strategic way, right? These kind of divided roles. And I would be interested to hear more about what you found regarding these divided roles of member states and the entire EU in these interactions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Adrian. Indeed, thank you very much for the comments. Very interesting. Daniel, you want to respond?
All right. Yeah, thank you for your comments, and it's obviously a lot of work in progress. What I've done here, but the comments certainly help me to sort of think where I need to work further on the paper. I'm not going to take your comments in order because I think at the end you raised some really interesting issues, and I'm going to perhaps go in reverse order. And you're absolutely right when you talk about discourse in the title of the paper. and they don't actually talk about discursive practices in terms of convincing anyone or the sort of classic sense of using discourse in terms of persuasion. And that relates to your other comment on, does it actually matter what happens at the OSCE? And what you pointed out with regards to the footnote is actually that is the operational principle of the Permanent Council itself. So there, it is consensus-based decision-making, which allows every individual participating state in that context to actually attach their own interpretation of decisions to what's going on. So in the way in which you laid it out, yes, it might be a bit pointless because everyone can read whatever they want to into the substantive decisions of the Permanent Council, which is why in the paper, and this is where I get perhaps to a different definition of discourse that I need to make it a little clearer, that is actually the object of the analysis. So it's not what the EU is doing in that setting or what the other participants like Russia are doing in that setting is not necessarily meant to convince the others. It is a sort of stage, a theater where this kind of diplomatic interaction occurs on a regular basis, much like we would see in the United Nations settings, where no one is really trying to convince anyone else, but it is a sort of diplomatic practice to make sure that one's views are known and the differences with one another's views are known. So that's why discourse is in the title, because that is the object of, that is actually what I'm analyzing, what I'm trying to explain by looking into this data and how the discourse on behalf of the European Union is actually structured. Is it the discourse by the EU acting as the EU, or is it this larger group of entities that are cooperating? And here, when you talk about the mixity principle, I don't talk so much about this in the paper, but it's something that I got out of the interviews. The fact that mixity is very much present in a lot of the subjects that are being talked about at the OSCE has actually given the EU's diplomats legitimation to sort of claim that that's why the EU always needs to talk as the European Union. So the people representing the EU, not the member states, have used this argument to say, well, because everything is basically mixed, that means we need to talk together as the European Union. So I think I should probably point this out a little more, especially given that I have a few comments in this regard in the interviews. You also pointed out that it's really puzzling that I don't really find substantive cases of disagreements between the member states as the reason for why internal differentiation happens. And obviously in the paper, I point out a little more that when it comes to this internal differentiation, what the EU says is always already the result of a consensus, right? It's not going to reflect perfectly the views of individual EU member states. But what we haven't seen, and perhaps I need to make this a little more clear, is some of those cases where one member state really wasn't willing to enter into this compromise solution. So where 25 member states might have said, well, no, this is really getting much too close to being way less than even a lowest common denominator position. And so what we haven't seen in the OSCE context is that substantive views differ so much that it isn't possible to come to an EU position where this might be necessary. So what I'm saying in the section about internal differentiation is that the cases where we do see this happening at present are much more related to the structural constraints of the European Union, which you also pointed out as an interesting aspect that I might need to explore more in the paper, because the EU can't react dynamically to discussions. So the EU's ambassador can only ever give an initial statement, and then that's it. The EU ambassador hasn't been given clearance to react to an ongoing debate in the Permanent Council. And so here, France, Germany, and other member states actually then play the role of the defenders of the European Union, who are the only ones who can actually reiterate the views of the EU, because they don't have to wait for the agreement of all 27 to actually be able to say something. So it's more to do with the structural constraints of the European Union as such, and the fact that some others don't actually accept the EU being there. And so sometimes for the 27 member states, it's been important to be part of these very broad statements that almost everyone in the Permanent Council collectively gives. And so in those cases, they don't actually interact as European Union. Thanks also for pointing out the fact that I don't really have a why question. I obviously have the analytical section, which kind of goes into responding to what would be a why question, but perhaps it would make the paper a lot clearer if I actually talk about, why is it happening, and then not put the data front and center in the paper. So yeah, thanks for your comments. It's given me a lot to think about.
Thank you, Daniel. And Dan, do you maybe have a follow-up? No? Okay. Okay. Well, I will now open the floor to the rest of us. Are there any questions from the public, even online? Okay. Benjamin was first, and then Mikhail. Okay. So I will maybe collect, and then Joanna as well. So I will maybe collect 3, and then Sophie and Matteo afterwards. Okay. I'll go 3 by 3 if that's fine. Ben, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks to paper givers for excellent arguments. A couple of quick questions to Daniel, and then one question for Ili and Stefan. So for Daniel, so I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about whether there's any interaction between observing internal and external differentiation by issue area. So you gave a very good overview of the scale or scope of internal differentiation and external differentiation, but is there a relationship here? Do you see more external differentiation when there's more internal differentiation, or vice versa? I was also wondering whether you could say a little bit more about perhaps the risks of external differentiation. You said a lot about the benefits and risks of internal differentiation, but less about, I can see why the EU would like other countries to align with its position, but are there any downsides to this as well? In line of the kind of debate around including the UK and kind of the risk of capture and things like this. And then I was wondering about the prevalence here in the external differentiation of the candidate countries, which isn't really surprising, but does that introduce any challenges to kind of what you're claiming as external differentiation, that in 10 years' time, this might simply be internal differentiation or non-differentiation internally? And then just one quick question, sort of comment to Ili and Stefan. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I'm completely with you on the problem of conceptual stretching. I've got 10 different binaries of differentiation noted down here. But I think, so I'm with your argument in terms of what's cooperation and what's integration and why that works. But I wonder, I think the real value of differentiation is on that emphasis on selectivity as well. And so to my mind, very interesting to cut the cake between cooperation and institutionalization or integration, but the real value add, I think, would be in showing that there are qualitative differences in the consequences of selectivity within both of those settings, right? And I can imagine that there are, because you create, for example, far more externalities if you're the UK and you don't participate in monetary union than if you're Denmark and you don't participate in CSDP. But I think, so that to my mind might speak to some of the questions that you had about where to take the paper, that, what is the difference in terms of the qualitative impact of differentiation within these two different settings. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Ben. Mikhail, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I also have a question for Daniel, and I want to pick up on something that Professor Héritier mentioned, which is that you talk quite a bit about differentiation and about the differences between individual member states. And you actually, in your theory section in the early pages, you talk quite a bit about the differentiation and where are the roots of differentiation, but you actually don't come back to it in the empirical part, and there is no discussion about. I was sort of missing the politics in it. So it's sort of, there's a description, but there's no explanation for why there is such a variation. And it seems like the member states actually don't disagree about things. And so I just wanted to, because the empirics looks very fascinating. So I'm sure there is some very interesting underlying reasons or some underlying political contests that exist. I would like to see more of that in a paper. Thank you.
Thanks. Joanna, please.
Thank you very much for these two very, very interesting, inspiring presentations. And I have two comments, maybe indirectly related to the first comment to Daniel, indirectly related to differentiated integration, but to a certain extent may be helpful. And my question is, or my comment is, to what extent the EU, individual member states, would use the EU framework, working in the international environment, in international organization, to strengthen or to multiply own power, just to speak on behalf of European Union, not necessarily representing the European Union position, but just to when we speak about the discursive perspective. And on the other hand, to what extent these, let's say, hyperactivity of Germany and France, which was presented in the paper, can be translated into upgrading or strengthening the EU actorness or the EU subjectivity as an international player. So this is one. And the second question or comment to Stefan and Eli, I hope that the pronunciation of your name is correct. You talked, like following up on what has been said by our commentator, that actually we should or we may speak about the hybrid in terms of common foreign and security policy. We're analyzing common foreign and security policy, actually a hybrid model that combines both cooperation and integration. I just wanted to say that, of course, maybe in this intergovernmental nature of, or this intergovernmental nature of common foreign and security policy reinforce or enforce the cooperation rather than integration, but there are certain signs of integration in the field of common foreign and security policy. And for instance, the role of high representative is the one. But the other thing is that might be taken into consideration are the instruments belonging to other policy areas, which are having a very strong external dimension and which are very highly supranationalized, like the trade policy, energy policy, and these instruments belonging to these supranational policies, when EU cope or deals with the external actors, may simply not necessarily centralize, but provide like a ground for integration within the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's say we stick with this set of three sets of questions, and then we'll have another round. So maybe Eli, you want to respond, or Stefan, who goes first?
I don't know. I can start again if you're okay, Stefan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the comments and the question. Also, I didn't say thank you, but actually, thanks for the comments on the paper. Yeah, I mean, it's true that like the value of the concept of differentiation is to insist on selectivity, and actually for us then the distinction between DI and DC just adds more intensity. You know, like differentiation is like the most extensive concept, but like very not that intensive in terms of meaning. So there's just a selectivity side to it, and then DI and DC adds another element, just saying that happens in an integrated area or not. But yeah, I mean, there are still selectivity there, but they are just actually for subcategories of differentiation. So that specify how differentiation happens in different policy areas. Actually, I think your point is very important, and on the qualitative differences between DI and DC, and actually we already had like a discussion on that also in terms of disintegration, and there hasn't been so much discussion either on the cooperation, for instance, for the UK, and we had this discussion in another workshop where saying, for instance, had the UK been in the Eurozone, if it had done Brexit, that would have been probably much more painful than withdrawing from CSDP, where, well, for the UK, maybe that hasn't changed that much to its defense policy. Probably not ideal, but you know, I think withdrawing from the common currency would have been much more of a problem. I think that's that's an angle I mean, we can't do everything in the paper, but I think that's something that can that the paper can suggest as well. And we've thought about that a bit, but I think we should also pay much more attention to that. Yeah, there are some hybrids in terms of the INDC, but I thought maybe I would find more in defense. But in the end, when I look at it, actually there aren't that many hybrids. Even Denmark's opt-out is not really an hybrid, because it's a bit strange maybe, but like Denmark doesn't participate, so its opt-outs covers only what strictly relates to CSDP, but actually all the new defense initiatives that relate to defense, but that are communitarized, like the European Defense Fund, actually Denmark can participate to that because it's not really on the basis of CSDP. So actually they participate to the most integrated parts of EU initiatives that broadly relate to defense, which you might find it strange, from the point of view of Denmark, but from the point of view of our argument, that means actually there's no differentiated integration, because actually they just participate in those initiatives. But well, I mean, trade policy, of course, I agree, it's an integrated policy in I mean, foreign policy, but here there's not really differentiation though, because I mean, since it's an exclusive competence, I mean, I would agree on the general argument of, that's integrated and that's part of foreign policy, but I think there's not much to say with regard to differentiation there. And for instance, you could have, I was just thinking, you could have, for instance, this differentiated integration in defense policy if there had been something like an EU army. I mean, like in the literal sense, some countries would just really integrate their armies, have just one single command and one army, and then you would have a few countries that would just not participate to that, like Denmark, and that would be very much like the Eurozone. But so far, what CSDP is much, I mean, is absolutely not on the scale of integration that what an EU army would be. They are like punctual. I mean, as you know, they are just punctual cooperation. So for us, still, most of the time, that would be that would qualify more as differentiated cooperation. But I think in other fields, in particular in AFSG, that's why also we took this case study, because I think here you're right, like the picture may be much more complex with hybrids between the two, but we even say actually on the mechanism of enhanced cooperation, because it's a transversal mechanism that can be applied to all policy fields of the EU. If you consider it like as one block, yeah, you'd say depending on the field, in which enhanced cooperation is going to be applied, then that's going to be DC and DI. So in general, that can be an hybrid, but then on the specific instances of enhanced cooperation that are going to be put in place, those specific instances may qualify just on their own as DI or DC, if I'm clear. Yeah, maybe that was clear, or yeah.
One sentence. And enhanced cooperation would be seen here as a rather a vertical phenomenon, surely, and kind of a cross-loading between the states, which can reduce the differentiation, but not necessarily centralize it, understood as shifting the competences up in a horizontal, no, the opposite, in a vertical way. So the enhanced cooperation would be a horizontal cross-loading, and then the decreasing of it doesn't really relate to decentralization or centralization, which is one of your analyzed category, right? So decentralization or centralization not necessarily may divisively contribute to diversification or differentiation or non-differentiation. Okay.
Yeah.
Stefan, you need to add something maybe, but very quickly though, if you can.
I think maybe in the interest of time, I'm not going to add anything so that we have the chance to have a second round of questions.
Okay, thank you.
That's
sacrificing yourself. Yeah. Okay. Daniel, your responses to the questions.
All right. I'll also try to be brief. On the first question by Ben on the interaction effects between internal and external differentiation by issue area, there isn't so much an interaction there because it's either cases of there being external differentiation, which always means that countries are aligning with the EU proper, or cases of internal differentiation in which there's typically not sort of an alliance between certain groups of EU members and non-EU members. So there are almost no cases where that has happened. I can think of one from the data set where a number of, let's say, more Russia critical countries in the EU have aligned with some other post-Soviet states on an issue relating to minority rights for Russian-speaking residents in their countries. But that's just one case, I think, out of those thousands of topics that were debated in total. Where issue areas really matter is when it comes to how many countries are actually part of the EU's alliance externally. And there we see huge differences, especially when it comes to topics like human rights, freedom of the media. Then we see the countries aligning with the EU's position to shrink ever more because the EU tends to also be critical of some of the candidate countries and countries who consider themselves to be part of the sort of broader EU alliance. And then suddenly they don't speak with the EU anymore because what the EU wants to say could be seen as critical of them as well. So there we see very much differences in external differentiation. Are there risks to external differentiation? I think the most important one also applies to internal differentiation. That is, if you have a block of, say, 35 countries speaking as one in the OSCE setting, it's very easy to forget that it is 35 countries speaking as one. And this is something that one EU diplomat actually said, that there might be a downside to the EU acting collectively, even with partners. Its advantage is, it makes it easier. You don't need to have 35 individual statements, but it's then easy to forget that this is basically the largest group of members of the OSCE speaking together. If it's just one statement that is being given, and then Russia and Belarus have their individual statements and so on. When it comes to the candidate countries, is it really a case of differentiation? I think so, because we see interesting differences between the different countries that are at different stages of their accession. So Serbia, for instance, doesn't really fit this pattern, despite the fact that they're in practice relatively far advanced in the formal accession process. But we see that Serbia really doesn't agree with a lot of what the EU is saying in the OSCE setting. And that perhaps again reflects the sort of state of the politics of their accession, right? Well, on paper, they might be fulfilling more and more criteria every year, but the politics in the country itself doesn't really lend itself to quick EU accession at present. And then also in cases like Iceland, we have this link between the EEA context and the EU. The question on sort of theory, well, I didn't see it so much as a theory section, but more as a framework section for now to try and organize the analysis. But if I come to sort of one important conclusion, I guess it is the strength of this principle that's been described as the single voice mantra of the EU since Lisbon. And that really seems to permeate everything that happens at the OSCE. And then to Joanna's question, does it help the EU if there are individual member states taking over particular roles? In the case of France and Germany, I think it does, because both their EU membership reinforces their mediator position as part of the so-called Minsk process in the OSCE itself. And on the other hand, again, those countries acting for the EU sort of also raises the profile of the European Union. And I wouldn't so much qualify what they're doing as hyperactivity. It's really those statements that they've given individually, most of those are down to the fact that they have an individual role as part of the Minsk process. So it's not that they defy the EU consensus, it's just that they are given an individual role, and so they need to speak on their own. So they're not, perhaps France to a certain extent, but certainly Germany isn't sort of trying to leave the EU's fold and have its own position in the EU. So I guess the overall sort of conclusion is that it's surprisingly strong that the EU sort of acts as one, and that there is no internal differentiation for the EU, and perhaps even more surprising that we have ever more countries signing on to that EU consensus.
Thank you, Daniel. We now have three questions on the list, one by Sophie, Thomas, and then Stephanie. Sophie, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Yes, I must say I very much enjoyed both papers, and what I particularly appreciated is the fact that actually both papers also paid some attention to the conceptual frame and the more theoretical discussion, because I think, especially if you're also thinking about a special issue, I think that will be an important dimension, because I think that, well, many of us have all kind of different understandings of the concept of differentiated integration. And I think a special challenge, I think, here is that we are dealing with foreign policy. And of course, this concept has been developed in, let's say, more in the first pillar. And there, of course, decisions are legally binding. And then it's more clear that when a member state wants to deviate from the rules, well, there is some form of differentiation. But if you think of foreign policy, it's not legally binding. So differentiation is actually part of the core of foreign policy. And so we always had, in parallel with the European foreign policy, also national foreign policies, which continue to exist. And sometimes they were coherent with what was happening at the European level, but sometimes it wasn't. So in that sense, I think it's very important also here today, and that's of course one of the interesting questions, how can we make sense of differentiation in foreign policy? Because it is different, I would say. But nevertheless, the concept can be useful. And one of the issues that also came up when thinking about this was, to which extent is what you're doing different from the Europeanization question? Because we have been for many years asking the question, to which extent have member states Europeanized their foreign policy? And of course, there also the issue of coherence with the European level was central. So it's more a comment or a reflection. And I think Eli and Stefan, you came up with this issue of integration, cooperation. So I think you were also struggling with this, and understandably. And I think your way of trying to come to grips was saying, well, in foreign policy we have more cooperation, which can lead to integration, but it's not simply integration because it's not binding. But of course, that could be one way to look into it. But of course, then you will also have to decide when does cooperation moves into integration. So it's just more a reflection, but I think it's very, very interesting, but also very important, I think, if you want to come up also with a kind of a coherent special issue.
Thank you indeed. Thank you for pointing that out. Thomas, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot also from me. Actually, my first point is directly linking on from Sophie's. I also really appreciated Elise and Stefan's paper in terms of the distinction. I was myself struggling also with, does differentiated integration always is always the right concept? So this distinction is much appreciated, and I value that also for my own work. However, not to complicate matters further, one also has to recognize that while maybe foreign policy requires a particular approach and conceptualization, it then also relates again to other policies where, after all, integration is affected. If you think about the internal effects of certain foreign or external policies, think of migration, climate action, trade in particular. So you can have a differentiated cooperation approach on the outside, but the repercussions then also affect the internal workings of the union. And that, I think, complicates matters. I don't know what to do with it myself, just a thought. And to Daniel, I wanted to say, well, thanks also for your paper. I just wondered, just ignorant about the OSCE, so we learn a lot from that. I just wonder whether it's fair to say that perhaps the stakes are not so high in terms of disagreeing or agreeing with one another. It seems to be fairly declaratory what's going on there. And I just wonder how you would maybe compare that to other arenas where the stakes are probably higher. Think of even vetoes on Borrell making a statement on Hong Kong or something like that, or sanctions on Russia. You know, there, if you then opt out of that or veto things, it creates headlines. I'm not sure how many headlines you create by voting differently in an OSCE meeting. So I don't want to be dismissive, but I just wonder, you know, how the stakes matter in this context.
Thank you, Thomas. Stephanie, please.
Thank you, and apologies if my questions have been asked already. I had to run out because I was interviewed by the Research Council for a research cluster on decentering Eurocentrism. And this leads me to my question to Daniel, because you're not looking only at the EU, but the OSCE, so I call this decentering as well. And I'm just wondering, I mean, interinstitutional relations is something I've been always fascinated about in my own research. And here I'm just curious whether you looked, I mean, it seems all very homogeneous the way you present the EU, but have you looked at different issues, given that maybe, and you practice-oriented research is a focus from what I understood in the paper as well. So have you looked into how the EU actually engages with certain issues rather than others that then also are being discussed in the OSCE? And do we observe variance there? So what's going on within the EU, what's going on within the OSCE, and do different competences, different issues actually cluster differently in terms of how EU member states agree with one another and other states as well? Is my first question. And the second question is, in terms of the presentation of the data, this kind of absolute counting of how many statements have been made, observing that France and Germany, for example, talk a lot. I'm just wondering whether you also could say something about the size of the permanent representations, say in Vienna, for example, that might account also for a country being able to speak up much more than another one, and that what that then again means for the findings of your paper. Thank you very much. And I wanted to thank Ellie and Stefan for their paper, because they already gave me a vocabulary for my discussion tomorrow when I talk about Clara and Michal's paper. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Ellie and Stefan, you want to respond or add something?
I can maybe just briefly say thank you to Sophie, Thomas, Stephanie. It's very encouraging to hear that you find these concepts useful and the distinction between them. It's maybe also interesting to note that in the guiding questions, you find all three concepts as well. So there is at times differentiation, differentiated integration, and differentiated cooperation mentioned in the questions. So it may be, you know, our paper may help in sort of organizing, systematizing those concepts a little bit. And to Thomas, and I think also Sophie mentioned this relationship between DC and DI, that certainly generates a lot of very interesting questions that we cannot get into in our paper, but that should be, you know, really a starting point for future papers and research. Thank you.
Great, Daniel. Thank you, Stefan.
All right. So to Thomas' question on whether the stakes aren't so high in the OSCE setting, and I think that's part of the reason why we haven't seen so much these divergent views that we've seen as when Borrell's statements are blocked. But the other one, and that I've heard multiple times in interviews, is that simultaneously the stakes, well, maybe not the stakes are also high. This might be a bit contradictory, but the setting of the OSCE is one of the few venues in which there's direct interaction between the West and Russia. And over the past 6-7 years, that's become relatively important again. So the other reason, which I've heard why, you know, the EU is able to speak as one relatively often, is that apparently the fact that Russia is present at all these meetings and now Belarus focuses minds, right? You're holding a statement directly to a Russian representative in the room who's going to sort of tear apart your statement one by one if you don't craft this carefully. And apparently that has helped bring the EU together. So on the one hand, I totally agree, you know, it doesn't matter all that much what happens in the OSCE setting, though, you know, there are other cases of the monitoring missions and so on, which have played a role in the Ukraine conflict. And at the same time, there is the issue of, you know, Russia being in the room, focusing minds and making it actually easier to come to a consensus. To Stephanie's question on whether we see differences on member states agreeing by issue area, that's obviously not something that I show in this paper because I look at, you know, what can be done from the meeting records. But from the interviews, I know that there are very much internal differences on what member states think that you should focus on in the OSCE. And one example that comes up time and again is that the Nordics always want to talk about human rights, freedom of the press, and emphasize those issues. And the others aren't quite that keen on that because they might have problems of their own related to these things, so that we have too much internal differences in the EU that, you know, if you point out that, you know, press isn't that free in Russia, then Russia is going to come back and point to the killing of journalists in the European Union. So some member states don't really want to emphasize that. And so that surprisingly is also one of the few cases, to go back to Ben, where we do see a bit of an interaction between internal differentiation and external, because Norway never speaks with the EU when it comes to freedom of the press and things like that. There they always have their own statements. On more general issues, they tend to speak with the European Union, but that's really a Nordic issue that seems to matter. On the permanent representations and the size of them, actually to point to this briefly in the paper that, you know, being part of the EU coalition for smaller member states who have very few and limited diplomatic resources in Vienna actually allows them to be seen as doing something, because if the EU gives a statement, then Estonia gives a statement as well, as part of the EU, but that also applies to, of course, other countries like Albania, who also might just have 2 or 3 diplomats present there. And yeah, there is a difference in terms of size, but overall it seems to be more whether a country is actually interested in making something of its OSCE presence or not. And then as an EU member state, you obviously have the option to do that in the internal EU coordination. Do you push for an EU statement on something? Or, you know, do you want to go it alone, which happens ever less frequently as the sort of overall number counting, as you said, shows. So yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone actually for the first session, which was great, I think, insightful, intense. So I think we now all deserve a coffee break of 15 minutes, and which means we'll reconvene at 11:40 or less. Okay. So again, thank you and see you in a bit, and enjoy the coffee break.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second panel. We will dive deeper into the topic of informal differentiated integration and cooperation with 2 papers of Maria Julia and of Andrew. And I think by now you know the drill. We'll have the 2 papers presented, and then Philip Genschel, professor of the Schumann Center, kindly agreed to comment on them. So I assume you have a presentation prepared, right? Okay, so you will be then talking as the third, and then we'll open up the discussion for all your questions and reactions. And the speakers, I mean, you know, you have 20 minutes, 20, 25. So Maria Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Monica, for introducing me and my work. Let me share the PowerPoint presentation on Zoom. Okay. Zoom is there. Zoom is on Zoom. All right, thank you very much. I'm particularly excited to present this paper here. This is my first, actually my second, but my first presentation in person here at the UI. This paper is part of my research project within the framework of a Marie Curie Fellowship that is based here at the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies. It's titled, "Let's Keep This Informal, Ad Hoc Differentiation in New Approach to Conflicts and Crises." The main aim of the paper is to map the shared features of differentiated integration of informal groupings. And the main argument is that informal groupings are manifestations of segmentation processes marrying EU foreign policy governance post-Lisbon. Now, let me first start by outlining what my research puzzle is, and indeed the reason why I'm dedicating my time and my Marie Curie Fellowship to this topic. Well, the idea is that after decades of progressive Europeanization and centralization of member states' foreign policies, the Lisbon Treaty should have further integrated member states' foreign policies, and this was very much reflected by the reshape of the figure of the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, which was turned into a Vice President of the European Commission and into the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Council. and that in turn was also assisted by the European External Action Service. Nonetheless, what we witness in the post-Lisbon era is the frequent occurrence of informal groupings that have been steering EU foreign policy, often by cooperating with third actors within broader settings of international cooperation, such as international contact groups. Now, clearly this phenomenon suggests a fragmentation of the EU institutional scene, notwithstanding the progressive centralization that we have been having in EU foreign and security policy throughout the European integration process. And before proceeding, though, I believe that there was a clear need for conceptualizing informal groupings, and here I'm a bit smiling because the conceptual stretching argument may actually be one of the main threads in our special issue. So what I did was creating a conceptual typology, and this is why, although there's a lot of interest towards informal groupings and group politics in the EU, particularly in the past years, I believe that there is still no systematic conceptualization, and there is a lot indeed of ambiguity and of conceptual stretching. So I decided to create this typology based on two main dimensions, the level of formalization and the level of institutional embeddedness. And what we find actually is that the Lisbon Treaty has indeed set the basis for three main mechanisms for flexibility among member states to pursue specific objectives. And these are, first of all, the execution of a specific task by a group of member states, then the enhanced cooperation and the permanent structural cooperation. But then, despite the establishment of this formal provision in the Lisbon Treaty, what we find is that member states have been increasingly cooperating, or at least frequently cooperating, in informal groupings. In the post-Lisbon era. Well, some of these groupings occurred within the EU framework, meaning in particular within intergovernmental settings of cooperation, the European Council and the Council of the European Union. We do also have informal groupings that have been cooperating, as I said, within cooperating and acting within international settings of cooperation, but they did so while remaining more or less loosely connected to the EU framework itself. And I believe that this is indeed the informal groupings that merit more attention. And let me now explain why. Well, the thing is that indeed, by looking at this conceptual typology, not only we can draw a broader and more clear conceptualization of informal groupings, but we can also understand that despite the fact that the Lisbon Treaty had set several formal mechanisms to establish flexible ways of cooperating among member states have most of the time engaged in informal practices of cooperation. And you can actually see that from the fact that the only formal mechanism that has been used so far is the enhanced cooperation, the permanent structural cooperation, sorry. But if you look at the number of member states that are actually involved in the permanent structural cooperation, we do have, as you all know, 25 member states out of 27 participating in this permanent structural cooperation, which actually means that this treaty provision has been used to actually increase cooperation among almost all member states, rather than to actually create flexible ways of cooperating among subgroups of member states. And the second thing that we actually find is that indeed, not only the informal arrangements rather than the Lisbon Treaty formal procedures for establishing voluntary cooperation have been used, but also that we don't only have groups of member states, informal groups of member states working within the EU framework, but as I said, also groups of member states operating outside of the EU framework, but then at the same time synchronizing their activities with the EU and somehow steering the EU approach towards specific issues. Now, I believe that this is an unprecedented phenomenon in polities that share common features with the European Union, namely in federal regimes and in international organizations. Let me first start with the phenomenon of ad hoc coalitions in federal regimes. What we find in existing scholarship on federalism and international relations is indeed that non-central governments have been increasingly active in international settings of cooperation. They have mostly done so through ad hoc and informal arrangements that sometimes and quite often have been also binding central governments' international activities. Nonetheless, the groupings that I'm investigating in my paper are different. In the first place, because these subnational actors in federal regimes do not generally engage in international settings that deal with matters that are under the exclusive jurisdiction of central governments, for instance, foreign and security policy. And also, central governments are still the masters of the core of foreign affairs in general terms, meaning that they are the ones in charge of carrying out foreign policy towards other nations. Also, when it comes to the literature on ad hoc coalitions in international organizations, we find that indeed states have been increasingly preferring ad hoc military coalitions to address conflicts and crises rather than formalized security arrangements, for instance, the UN or at a more regional level, the African Union. However, I still believe that these ad hoc coalitions are quite different from what we are witnessing in the case of the European Union. And this is because the informal groupings that I'm looking at have a level of anchoring to the EU formal framework, the EU institutional framework, which is unprecedented in the case of military coalitions and international settings of cooperation. Also, the informal groupings I'm investigating are not used for immediate responses to conflicts and crises, but they are persistent in time. And in this regard, one may, for instance, take the example of the Quint, which is the international contact group dealing with the Western Balkans, while an informal group of member states have been operating in the Quint ever since the early 1990s. And the Quint has been still working alongside this informal group of member states within it in the post-Lisbon era, despite the coming into force of the Lisbon Treaty. And finally, contrary to the ad hoc coalitions that we have in international organizations, well, the groups that I'm investigating are not just operative groups, namely implementing branches of national governments, predetermined policies, but they do actually negotiate the elaborations of policies with other nations. Now, this means that what we are witnessing in the European Union is actually an unprecedented phenomenon, at least when it comes to polities that do share similar features with the European Union. Nonetheless, when we look at European integration theories, there is a clear lack of attention when it comes to these groupings, and this should not come as a surprise, given that, as we all know, European integration theories tend to focus on uniform instances of integration, and not on differentiated integration, or at least on flexible ways of cooperating among member states. Also, if we look at the existing scholarship on informal groupings in the European Union, well, this scholarship does not provide us a comprehensive theorization and empirical examination of these practices, of these distinctive practices of cooperation among member states. The literature on differentiation in EU foreign and security policy might indeed be useful for filling this research gap. Nonetheless, it tends to focus only on formal arrangements of cooperation rather than on informal institutional arrangements, which is the reason why I decided to elaborate my own theoretical approach, which is based on research on informal governance and international security response, but also on scholarly literature on differentiation in the EU. And based on these two streams of literature, I argue that it is possible to conceptualize these informal groupings as forms of ad hoc differentiation. Well, in the first place, these groupings are ad hoc arrangements. Indeed, they are informal institutions created on an ad hoc basis. And in the second place, they are indeed examples of differentiation, meaning that they do allow states to cooperate in non-homogeneous, flexible ways. Having said that, the model that I elaborated in the paper is based on an intergovernmental understanding of integration outcomes, and in this sense, it is similar to the model proposed by Schimmel, Fanning, and Vincent. And in fact, one of the main drivers, according to Schimmel, Fanning, and Vincent, but also according to my model of differentiated European integration, is the constellation of member states' preferences. Nonetheless, there are some novelties in my model. In the first place, one of the main assumptions of the model is that differentiation includes not only formal, but also informal practices, which of course with time might also become institutionalized and lead to an institutional change, but still it does also include informal practices. The second main assumption of the model is that differentiation is not necessarily linked to the heterogeneity of member states' preferences. In fact, as I will show you later, I believe that you might have differentiated integration although informal, also being established against the background of common preferences or conflicting preferences of the member states. And lastly, differentiation may not only lead to further integration, but also generate processes of competition and of segmentation. And in this regard, I take inspiration from the literature on federalism and international relations. Now, let's start with the first hypothesis, I would say, competitive ad hoc differentiation. Well, I posit that member states' conflict preferences over a specific issue may lead to stalemates within the European Council. Under these circumstances, informal groupings are likely to generate competitive differentiation, meaning that despite their duty of cooperation in EU foreign affairs, member states composing these groupings may compete with EU institutions and other member states in certain policy issues. And this, as a result, may lead to a lack of policy coordination among member states and institutions in the conduct of EU foreign policy. And then we may also have, obviously, a common agreement among member states in the Council, a consensus stemming from an alignment of member states' preferences. On these occasions, informal groupings are likely to generate combinative differentiation, meaning that they're likely to combine their activities into EU foreign policy coordinated streams, but they are likely to do that before actually conducting the activities themselves, meaning that the combination occurs ex ante. And this might lead to a high level of policy coordination among EU member states and institutions in the conduct of EU foreign policy. Lastly, member states might have heterogeneous preferences over a specific policy issue, which may lead to stalemates in the European Council. On these occasions, informal groupings are likely to generate cooperative differentiation, meaning that the channeling of informal groupings activities into the EU foreign policy occurs ex post. Now, at first sight, one may argue that this could be the highest level of integration that you might have in the conduct of EU foreign and security policy. But I do argue that this might actually lead over time to a segmentation in the conduct of EU foreign and security policy. And this is precisely because those informal groupings are actually quite autonomous in their conduct, in conducting their activities, precisely because they're just synchronizing their activities with the EU afterwards. I also had an artistic moment a few weeks ago, and this is the model that I created, and it pretty much says the same thing that I just talked to you about. Maybe one small add. Obviously, I start from the assumption that member states are reluctant vis-a-vis the integration of the policy area. The policy area, obviously, is the European foreign and security, or the foreign and security policy domain. And within this broad reluctance, which indeed is reflected by the preeminence of intergovernmental practices and hence the preeminence of the European Council in the decision-making processes of foreign and security policy, you might have either conflicting preferences over a specific policy issue, common preferences over a specific policy issue, heterogeneous preferences, which respectively may lead to competitive differentiation, combinative differentiation, or cooperative differentiation. The paper has also a section on the empirics. It's not as elaborated as the first part, but the idea is to focus on Europe's neighborhood, and this is because the broad case study is EU approach to conflicts and crises, and most of the crises and conflicts that the EU has been facing in the post-Lisbon era are occurred or are linked to Europe's eastern and southern neighborhood, and I took two broad subcases, meaning the eastern neighborhood and the southern neighborhood, and then I zoom in on Kosovo and Ukraine, and on Libya and Syria. And the reason for choosing these four subcases is because in the post-Lisbon era, in each of these cases, we do have informal groupings of member states steering, of course, to different extents, but still steering EU foreign and security policy within larger settings of international cooperation. I won't go into detail here, but this is a table I prepared based on the empirical analysis on the East. In the Kosovo case, we do have the Quint, for instance, that I already mentioned to you. The main policy issue that the member states have been addressing within the Quint has been the Kosovo-Serbia bilateral dispute. The preferences here have been heterogeneous, which has led to cooperative differentiation and in turn to a potential segmentation of the conduct of EU foreign security policy. Then we have the Berlin process, which was actually established way later in 2014 because of continuous stalemates in the enlargement process of the European Union. The policy issue, the main policy issue that member states have been addressing here has been the Western Balkans integration, despite the continuous stalemates in the enlargement process. The preferences were heterogeneous, and here as well we have cooperative differentiation, which led to a segmentation in the conduct of EU foreign policy. But then we also have Ukraine with the very famous, I would say, in comparative terms to these other cases, example of the Normandy format. The informal grouping of member states within the Normandy format has been leading EU response to the conflict in Ukraine. Preferences were heterogeneous, the differentiation was cooperative, and once again, this led to segmentation. But then in the case of Ukraine, we have also another case, which is the Central East South Europe Gas Connectivity High-Level Group. The main topic here was addressing the reform of the Ukrainian energy sector. Member states' preferences were aligned here, and indeed this led to combinative differentiation, meaning that they actually coordinated their activities with EU institutions and settings ex ante, and this led to a high level of coordination. Quickly on the south, Friends of Libya group, which is actually very similar to the Friends of Syria group. The policy issue was the Libyan civil war, whereas in the case of Libya, sorry, here there's a typo, but still in both cases, the informal groups of member states wanted to address the Syrian civil war and the Libyan civil war, respectively. The preferences were conflicting, and this led to competitive differentiation and to a lack of policy coordination. Then we have another case of segmentation, and this is the case of the International Contact Group on Libya, which was established by the African Union. It has mainly addressed human trafficking and smuggling. Preferences of the member states towards this specific policy issue were heterogeneous, and this led to cooperative differentiation and hence to segmentation. And lastly, the International Syria Support Group. The main policy issue has been the Syrian humanitarian crisis. Member states' preferences have been quite aligned when it came to this issue, and this led to a combinative differentiation and hence high level of coordination. Let me jump to the conclusions. I have two sets of conclusions. The first one regard the theoretical implications, and the second one the empirical ones. Well, what came out of this paper, as I said, it's still an early version of my work, but certainly is that the informal groupings that I'm investigating are an unprecedented phenomenon in federal regimes, but also in international organizations, regardless of whether one considers the EU a federal regime or an international organization. These groupings are clearly representing a research puzzle. Also, the relevance of systematically incorporating informal governance to explain the occurrence of differentiated European integration in new foreign and security policy. This is not something we should overlook. As Adrienne has written and as also recalled today, institutional practices, informal institutional practices may eventually turn into formal ones, and are indeed having a great impact also on the EU polity itself, despite the fact that they are informal or might remain informal. And lastly, the occurrence of informal groupings is clearly linked to the Europeanization of core state powers, the integration of core state powers. And in this regard, we might actually understand them as coping strategies, I would say, very much as what it happens with human beings in psychoanalytic, right? In psychoanalysis, you tend to react to crises by actually putting forth your own coping strategies, where in my opinion, these are coping strategies that the European Union actually elaborates to actually respond to crises and conflicts, despite the fact that it clearly lacks capacities at the central level. And lastly, the empirical implications. Well, contrary to federal regimes, what came out from the analysis is that the EU, contrary to federal regimes, lacks effective institutional mechanism to address the negative implications of segmentation processes. As I said, I also take inspiration from the literature on federalism and international relations, and actually the term segmentation is very much present in this scholarly literature. But the fact is that in the case of federal regimes, central governments are able to actually put forth constraining, I would say, institutional mechanism when it comes to the activities of subnational units. And then there's a second point that I believe should be addressed. One may wonder whether these preferences of member states for informal groupings may eventually lead to a reversal in the progressive trend that we have been witnessing when it comes to the centralization of member states' foreign policies in the European integration process. And then finally, let me just say that the paper argues that informal groupings can certainly not be considered as a panacea for the urgent need to reform EU governance. They're mostly useful when it comes to short-term purposes. Also, most of the times what came out from the analysis is that they might actually lead to a segmentation in the conduct of EU foreign policy. And lastly, they certainly do not feature accountability mechanisms, which means that they are actually very much likely to further decrease the already limited legitimacy of EU foreign policy governance. And with this, I conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for this fascinating and very rich paper, and for keeping the time. And now I give the floor to Andrzej for another presentation. Thank you.
I'm heard well. Am I? Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for allowing me to also share my thoughts on this very important topic that, as we already learned, has many links, and I was happy to discover so many links already, and the workshop only started. My paper basically is framed as follows: joint responsibility, joint up approach and embedded differentiation in the EU CFSP. The lead groups of the EU member states and the EU's crisis conflict management in Ukraine. From this rather packed title, you would recognize perhaps that my empirical focus, my aim as well of the research paper is not that much revolving around the empirical side of things. I have to remark that the exercise of leadership by the EU member states, be it in the Weimar Triangle format, be it in the Normandy format or otherwise, has already been well explored, in particular by Leonid Litra and Katarina Zarembo, who worked on the Horizon 2020 project called EU and PAC. Later on as well, the issue was picked up by Michał Natorsky, who worked on the EU's and EU member states mediation authority and crisis management capabilities with regard to both the Orange Revolution in Ukraine and later on the Euromaidan revolution, as well as the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. And more recently, I have to say that a very well-crafted paper was published by Ricardo Alcaro and Marco Siri, who basically tackled the empirical side of things. My main interest and as well rationale for this paper is basically to look into where this exercise of leadership by certain EU member states, by group of EU member states, informal group of EU member states, basically fits within the overall EU foreign policy system, as well as the EU diplomacy and European diplomacy, if I may put, at large, as well as European crisis diplomacy in particular. And there are a few broad questions that the paper tackles. And this also relates to the set of questions that were presented in the very beginning of this workshop. First and foremost, why differentiation in the common foreign and security policy? Secondly, why embedded differentiation, the argument that I put forward as well. Next as well, what is embedded differentiation and how it can be conceptualized, as well as what are its manifestations. One of the manifestations I tackle in this paper is basically the EU member states lead groups. However, there are many other forms of differentiation, embedded differentiation that can and do take shapes in the recent years. Let me first start by sharing some initial observations that basically provide a starting point of my analysis. It has to be acknowledged that owing to the very special features of the European foreign policy, the differentiated integration, and here I appreciate the distinction that was made by Elia and Stefan, because I also believe that it is important to differentiate between differentiated integration and cooperation. My argument here goes that within the CFSP, this is rather a case of differentiated cooperation, whereas at the CSDP, we can witness some limited novel forms of differentiated integration. Thus, differentiated integration remains limited in foreign affairs and security matters. In the EU CFSP area, unanimity presents not only an added value of European cooperation, but also is a currency of EU external action. It also allows the EU member states to maintain their say on strategic matters. And here I link also this discussion to the questions that were already raised, basically about the stakes that are within certain contexts. My assumption here as well is that the higher the stakes, the higher the possibility or willingness of EU member states to also pursue their own national interests. Next, I would want to highlight that preserving unanimity and thus external uniformity in the CFSP matters has also remained a key point and key priority of both EU member states and EU institutions. This perhaps also explains why since 1997, when the enhanced cooperation clause was introduced, there has been a consistent hesitancy, if not neglect, in applying and while pursuing this legally introduced clauses of flexibilization in the EU's foreign security policy, such as enhanced cooperation or constructive abstention. As already showcased by Maria Giulia, the practice of the EU's foreign policy, however, vividly shows that other forms of informal and loosely formalized, though not institutionalized, differentiation have emerged in the meantime, and have done so, strictly speaking, outside the treaties. We can refer to distinct regional issue area or ad hoc coalitions that partially were already discussed at the workshop. However, the main point to raise here is basically that these informal groupings and these forms of differentiated cooperation can be both conducive to further integration as well as they can be stoppers of it. Important is to highlight that as long as such forms do underpin actually and support EU foreign policy line, they represent positive cases of differentiation. And my way of framing this very tendency or this trend is through the concept of embedded differentiation. That is one which is bound by the EU values, strategy, and the principles, important principles of loyalty, solidarity, subsidiarity, as well as sincere cooperation that do inform the EU and EU member states interaction in this very area. The paper therefore seeks to basically disentangle the idea of what the embedded differentiation is, especially in the CFSP domain, and it does so via tackling the performance of the so-called lead groups of EU member states that are also known as avant-garde groups or earlier known as core groups of EU member states. The paper argues basically that with multiplying crises in the EU's neighborhood, and globally so, the greater push for more flexibility in the EU CFSP will be pursued through informal, rather than legally constrained, forms of differentiation, structurally, though not institutionally, embedded in EU foreign policy making. The first chapter or the first section of the paper basically deals with the promises and pitfalls of formal differentiation in the EU's CFSP and CSDP domain, where I basically argue that it is not only due to the very lack of empirical evidence of formal differentiation and differentiated integration in the CFSP area, but also for the very constraining nature of launching this format of cooperation, that it owes the result, basically the underuse of formal or treaty-based differentiation in the CFSP as a result. One should also notice that some of the mechanisms that are provided for flexibilizing the EU and EU member states interaction in this area, such as constructive abstention, might not necessarily be even applicable, as they basically revolve around implementing a joint action or a joint decision rather than well leading to the emergence of this or another joint action or a joint decision. It remains true that the very unity dogma keeps defining not only the EU's legal and political discourse, but also the very practice of EU external action, in particular within the CFSP area. Nowadays, however, as the debate revolves around the Commission's 2017 white paper on the future of Europe, but also the preparations for the 21-22 conference on the future of Europe, differentiated integration is yet again hailed as a way forward. And my contribution with this paper is basically to show that this is precisely the embedded differentiation that is a way forward. With the treaty-based formal differentiation in the CFSP proving to be very unpopular, an option among the EU member states, and the informal differentiation, as was highlighted by Maria Giulia already, which is carried out outside the EU treaties, endangering the very coherence of and unity of European foreign policy, the practice of differentiated cooperation now meanders basically between the two extremes. The integration extreme and the situational cooperation, which is basically not a systemic feature. This article posits that there is a third middle way to pursue differentiation in implementing the EU CFSP, basically through a semi-formalized and structurally bounded differentiation or embedded differentiation. Herein, one needs to draw a clear line, of course, between the embedded differentiation and other forms of differentiation. And I believe this is also important in the context of discussion on the conceptual overstretching that we held a while ago. In here, I also align very much with Elia and Stefan, who posit that it is quite quintessential to distinguish between two forms of differentiation in the CFSP, CFSP/CSDP domain. On the one hand, differentiated integration, which is a form of treaty-based, or as I call it, constitutional differentiation. And on the other hand, differentiated cooperation, which might be political or instrumental differentiation, which occurs within the EU system or outside of it, which is also yet another important distinction to make. Unlike other accounts in the literature that do argue that EU member states lead groups can be well positioned purely within the informal differentiated cooperation formats, I do argue, however, that the practice of the EU member state lead groups first varies, and we need to account for this variety and variation among the EU member state lead groups. Some of them can perfectly be placed within the, well, outside the EU system. However, the others that have stronger anchoring, as Maria Giulia put it, or basically embeddedness within the not necessarily institutional, but rather strategic, political, and value-driven frameworks of EU external action, this might entail basically a form of embedded differentiation as a type of its own, a form of semi-formal differentiation, as well as a form of, basically a manifestation of hybrid differentiation, that is to say, located between the integration and cooperation rationales. And while we were already discussing the questions about whether there are any spillovers or any movement between differentiated integration and cooperation, I think in context of my take, I would rather be inclined to posit that embedded differentiation itself presents a very sustainable form of differentiation, which is indeed located in between integration and cooperation and does not necessarily have to, or does not necessarily will not necessarily move from one to another extreme in the meantime. What are the legal and structural prerequisites of embedded differentiation? One needs to reckon as well the changed system of the EU foreign policy making and the foreign policy conduct after Lisbon, where the CFSP no longer presents a purely intergovernmental exercise or a purely intergovernmental domain. Whether we like it or not, but the competences are, if not shared, in legal terms, they are at least exercised in parallel, whereby the EU member states are bound, whether they also like it or not, by the EU's well, systemic principles, as well as strategic policy frameworks that were developed by EU institutions. And here I refer not only to the EU global strategy, but also joint communications from the European Commission and the External Action Service on crisis management, on the integrated approaches to crisis management, comprehensive approaches, and so on and so forth. When it comes to conceptualizing embedded differentiation, I lean here on at least to my knowledge, the first advancement of on this that was basically made by Giovanni Grevi, who underlined that embedded differentiation occurs when a group of member states takes an action would express aim to foster EU foreign policy objectives through regular consultations with the EU High Representative and the European External Action Service, and via the formats that are open to the participation of other EU countries that decide to bring a tangible contribution to the joint undertaking. As such, this form of differentiated cooperation connects both the EU and national goals to strengthen both. At least this is the very underlying logic and rationale of embeddedness. It should be said that embedded differentiation, especially as manifested through the exercise of EU member state lead groups, is innately connected to the emergency politics. And it has been on the rise for the past decades, as demonstrated as well by Maria Giulia, but also the burgeoning literature in the field. One also has to draw a line between what embedded differentiation is and what, as a case of bound or bounded differentiation and unbound differentiation that can basically happen not only outside the EU system, but also be very vaguely related to the EU policy line, as well as it may compete or undermine general EU foreign policy direction. As regards the bonding structures, one may think of the EU's guidelines or principles, the legislation, institutional and interinstitutional arrangements, as well as other consensus forging mechanisms across the EU's multiple levels of decision-making and governance, because all of them play a role in embedding or anchoring the actors of EU member states groups. Embeddedness this can be seen as both an institutional feature, but also a broader structural feature, as the EU member states lead groups are, or at least are to be, ideally linked to both the EU institutional framework, the coalition, which might be changing in distinct context, or a network of like-minded EU member states and the wider international frameworks that do emerge in a crisis or conflict specific setting. This is not to say that the idea of embedding the EU member states lead groups is an easy and straightforward. There are a few pitfalls, whereas there are many advantages of having the EU member states leading both the other member states' action, but also the EU action on certain issues. There are also pitfalls, and there are also prerequisites for embedded differentiation can also suffer from insustainability if some of the prerequisites are not met. First and foremost, one should say that this exercise of leadership by the EU member states needs to be, to a certain extent, Europeanized. That is to say that it needs to be manifested in an explicit endorsement or embracement of an institutional support, but also the endorsement on the side of other EU member states. Paradoxically enough, and also talking about the different integration and disintegration dynamics, embedded differentiation as a format of sustainable semi-formalized cooperation within the CFSP can be located at the verge of two opposing processes: the process of integration and Europeanization on the one hand, and the process of disintegration and de-Europeanization on the other hand. Within the former one, embedded differentiation is basically the second best option, meant to advance coherence in EU foreign policy, where unity may not immediately or not in principle be achieved. Within the latter one, embedded differentiation helps circumvent EU level foreign policy making and relay EU member states' commitment and loyalty to alternative, be it multilateral, minilateral, or bilateral frameworks, rather than the CFSP as such. Thereby, the format shows both the promise of flexibility, but also the pitfalls of centrifugal forces. Importantly, and this also hasn't come up in the in the existing research, embeddedness of the EU member states lead groups can also have reverse effects, as it can not only bind the EU member states as to the issue maneuvering, it can also thus do so with regard to the EU institutional action. In my paper, I refer to a particular instance of such an reverse effect of embeddedness. I will not stop on that, for I believe I'm running out of time. Let me just briefly jump to operationalizing the embedded differentiation in the CFSP, which in my case, at least, is through the exercise of EU member states' leadership in crisis management and crisis and conflict management. First and foremost, it needs to be said that this kind of EU member states leadership is not something that is completely operating outside the EU framework, for it is strategically mandated by the EU global strategy, by the EU's approach to the crisis management, which is, as of nowadays, the integrated approach that not only links the various tools that the EU has at the disposal, but also tries to streamline and operationalize the interaction between the EU and its member states. As far as the very operational logic of the EU member state lead groups is concerned, it should be said that there is no standard procedure or standard operation procedure. However, the practice of such an leadership basically allows us to elaborate on what at least certain patterns are that might be acceptable for the EU member states and the EU institutions at large. And I focus here on the three key aspects. First, the authorization, the very process of emerging of an EU member states lead group. Second, its operational code. And three, the sustainability factors. With regard to the latter one should say that there are two issues to keep in mind. First, the sustainability of each and every EU member states lead group that can be observed in practice. And second, this is the sustainability of the format itself, which is directly linked as well to the performance of the EU member states lead groups. Both suffer from the accountability problems, as also Maria Julia has already highlighted. Perhaps on a more empirical side, I will focus in the Q&A session, for I see my time is running up now, and I'll basically look forward to your comments and critique on the paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect and very insightful. And I think both papers actually fit very well together. So I'm happy that we have them on at the same session. And now I will give the floor to Philip for the comments.
Yes, thank you very much. Here we go. Very good. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to comment on these very interesting papers. Interesting, but also slightly confusing, which may betray my lack of expertise in this area. But then, you know, the papers give you an earful of theoretical concepts and everything, and it's not always quite clear what these concepts are good for. And therefore, you know, I try to reconstruct, and now I can't move the slides. which is somewhat unfortunate. So let's see. Here. So first I tried to reconstruct what the papers try to achieve. Now the dependent variable are informal groups, lead groups, avant-garde groups, however you call them, groups of EU states conducting foreign policy on behalf of the EU, but without explicit EU mandate. I think three features are important. First, informality. These groups have no basis in EU law. Second, selectivity. The groups consist of subgroups of EU member states. More than one, but less than 27. And the selection of these members is non-random. There is some pattern here. And the third is that these groups, while informal, they're somehow linked to EU institutions. So Andres says this is embedded. Maria Giulia says it's anchored, but you know, it's not independent. It's not against EU institutions. There are lots of examples in the paper. The Normandy format seems to attract a lot of attention, but you know, there are others. The key research question then is why and when do these informal groups emerge? And both papers somehow assume that this has something to do with differentiated integration, and you get differentiation with lots of adjectives: competitive, combinative, cooperative, constitutional, political, satellite, embedded. So the first question is, what on earth does all this have to do with differentiated integration? And the answer, of course, depends on how you define the term, and you can define it in any way you want. But, you know, usually it's useful to use dominant definitions. And, you know, for Schimmelpfennig and Vinson, differentiated integration is about the non-harmonious use or application of EU rules across member states. So the EU rules do not apply to all member states. There are opt-out states to whom EU policies do not apply. So it's about lack of unity. Now, the strange thing about these informal groups is that they apparently give you more unity in foreign policy action than you could achieve through formal EU institutions. So these groups, in a way, make foreign policy for all. At least they make policy that commit all member states de facto. So it's not really about opt-outs, and those papers in a way admit this. So Andre says, no, these lead groups do not advance differentiated integration, but facilitate flexibility and rapid responses. And Julia says it's about segmentation and fragmentation rather than differentiation. And you know, my sense is this is not a case of differentiated integration, but a case of horizontal delegation from member states to a subgroup of member states, rather than vertical delegation from member states to EU institutions to conduct foreign policy on their behalf. So, and I think three questions follow from that. How are these informal groups selected? When do they emerge? Why are they empowered? And why do the other member states and EU institutions do not object? Why do they defer to these groups? Now, how are informal group members selected? The papers are not very explicit. But you know what you can glean from the papers is selection is by self-selection. Nobody is forced to join these informal groups. But then for self-selections, two variables seem to play a role. One is shared interest. You know, Maria Giulia has this example of the Central East-South Europe gas connectivity high-level group. And guess what? The member states all come from Central East-South Europe. So Northwest Europe doesn't seem to be interested. And the second variable that plays a role is power and capacity. So large member states, Germany, France, Italy, UK, are somehow overrepresented in these informal groups. But there seems to be variance in the importance of interest and capacity. So some informal groups include small, low capacity, relatively weak member states, while others don't. So when do these informal groups emerge? And, you know, there are two arguments here, and both are not mutually exclusive, but it would be useful to clarify their connection. One is about conflict of interest. So the member states at large cannot agree on how to respond to a certain foreign policy contingency. And since the formal EU foreign policy machinery operates under the rule of unanimity, there's a high likelihood of deadlock. EU action is blocked. And then leadership by informal groups serves to unblock action by circumventing, by bypassing this deadlock. And the question then is, why is this acceptable? You know, why isn't there rebellion and opposition? The second argument why informal groups emerge is I called it an efficiency argument. Here, it's often the case that member states hold common or at least non-conflicting preferences, but, you know, leadership by informal groups ensures flexible, prompt, and informed, as André puts it, action. And then the question is, why are these informal groups more efficient or effective than formal EU institutions? Why would you act through informal groups when there's no risk of deadlock in the council? And you know, in a way, these questions are answered if you ask yourself, why do other member states and EU institutions differ? So in her conclusion, Maria Giulia says in passing that informal groups reflect problems associated with the Europeanization of core state powers, but doesn't really do anything with this. But what this implies is that the formal EU policy, foreign policy machinery is hampered not only by lack of EU consensus, but also by lack of EU capacity in terms of money, in terms of manpower, in terms of equipment. And informal groups can relieve both. They can act when there's lack of consensus, but they can also act in order to compensate for a lack of central power resources. And, you know, the reason why other member states and EU institutions defer to informal groups has something to do with the logic. Do they provide capacity or do they bypass conflict? And in order to clarify that, I have developed a 2x2, the sharpest analytical sword of the political scientists. And, you know, this 2x2 simply cross-tabulates consensus, which can be high and low, and capacity requirements. So there may be foreign policy crises that need a lot of power mobilization, a lot of capacity, and others where the capacity requirements are low. Now, in the upper right box, you have high consensus and low capacity requirements. And here you would expect that the formal EU foreign policy machinery works fine. So there's no need for informality. In all three other boxes, there is some need for informality. So if you go to the upper left box, you have consensus, but also capacity requirements are high. And then you have deference to elite group, because this lead group, let's say France and Germany, have the capacity at hand that you need in order to solve the crisis. And basically, there's no reason for other member states or for EU institutions to object to these large member states saving the day for the EU. More interesting is the lower left box, where consensus is low and capacity requirements are high. You know, here, of course, you have still powerful countries can take the lead, but they may push for solutions that at least some other member states, weaker member states, would not prefer. So why would the other weaker member states go along? Perhaps because, you know, there's if you can't beat them, join them logic. You know, before you don't do anything, better go along with what France, Germany, or the UK suggest, and at least keep up appearances. The EU institutions, I guess, are completely opportunistic on this. They want that the EU has a voice, and if the EU gets a voice through large member states acting in a somewhat controversial way, they are fine. And then finally, there's the lower right box, where both consensus is low and capacity requirements are low. I guess there the other member states go along with what the lead group says, simply because they don't care very much. The salience is low. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Philip. That was actually a paper that you can write. Thank you, really brilliant. And I think you gave us a lot of thought, not only to the paper givers, but I think to all of us, to all our papers. And I would now briefly ask Andrew and Maria Julia whether they want to react. I think you should. Maybe you don't want to. So maybe now in the reverse order, Andre.
First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank for this very well-founded feedback, as well as the very systemic and systematized feedback that as Monica put it, deserves well to be converted into a paper on its own. I think there are many links between our papers, indeed, and where we want to take the conceptual development was perhaps not that clearly stated in my paper, and I thank you for this remark. As regards the positioning of the embedded differentiation as a purely informal form that is not bound by the by any EU rules or law, as you put it, I would rather disagree, because this is the point that I'm making, basically, that it's not only about the legal or legally sanctioned exercise of leadership that matters. paralegal or strategic political frameworks do matter as well in embedding the actorness of informal groups. And here I can think of something like substantial and procedural requirements light, as I call them, which basically is an idea on how to enhance the accountability of these groups by looking into regularizing their very authorization and formation processes, as well as what happens in the black box, that is to say, their very operational procedure. Why this cannot be done formally, and why basically the EU member states defer to this very informal format of foreign policy making, is basically that the both substantive and procedural requirements as anchored in the EU treaties are pretty much heavy and insurmountable, a challenge for situations where quick reaction is needed, as well as situations that have indeed high saliency. And in here, there is no time for, well, basically setting up the group as it is required through the official request to the European Commission, then the consent by the European Parliament and the Council to the formation of the group, so that something similar as like PESCO emerges in CFSP. I don't see it coming, and moreover, I don't see this also as a feasible option in the CFSP. For in here, the rapid response and the flexible response is indeed what matters. There were many notes and takeaways that I myself have duly noted and recorded, where the line draws between differentiated integration and cooperation. Indeed, as you rightly noticed, my paper doesn't position the actorness of EU member states lead groups as a manifestation of differentiated integration. And as such, it doesn't basically capitalize on the ideas such as opt-outs, because there's no such possibility to be opted out. For the actorness and the performance of the EU member state lead groups leads to the acceptance by both the EU member states and the EU institutions of the output, which basically doesn't allow for any formal opting out procedure. What I mean thereby is basically that, for example, the Minsk II protocol that was elaborated by the Normandy duo was not only taking on board of EU institutions, the European Council conclusions that also referred to this way of solving or settling at least the Russia-Ukraine conflict as a way forward, but also the EU sanctions regime is moreover very much linked to this protocol, which, as you rightly mentioned, was elaborated not by the entire body of EU member states, but by the two of them only. However, important here is that the acceptance was granted politically and informally so by the EU member states that did agree on the red lines for this agreement. So anything which would go beyond that would otherwise be unacceptable. So there is no way to opt out. There is just a way to accept or not to accept. And here is where the problem comes, especially if one considers the sustainability of these groups, and not only their performance, but also the way their performance is perceived by other EU member states that might have competing interests as well, or that might not be necessarily in line with what the proposal of EU member states groups is in a particular issue, especially if that's a highly salient issue. When do the groups emerge? I think what you systematized was a really helpful way of thinking forward and thinking through this very element of my paper, I guess also Maria Giulia's paper, which I thank you very much for, and I'll perhaps stop in here and give the floor to Maria Giulia. Thank you very much again for this very helpful feedback. And in all honesty, this is the first time that I see the, well, basically discussants take having own presentation and having such a careful reading of the papers, and also conjoint reading of two papers. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrei. Over to you. Thank you, Philip, for these comments. I think these are probably the most useful comments I've ever received during a conference or a workshop. And no, really, I very much liked your table, your typology, double edge typology. I will just so I very much agree with most of your comments. I'll just touch upon those I'm not entirely sure about, and maybe you can tell me what you think and we can solve it together. These groups are creating more unity after all for EU foreign policy, for the conduct of EU foreign policy. I'm not entirely sure about this. I mean, it very much depends whether, on the degree of autonomy, I would say, on the level of autonomy that these groups are or of independence, whatever you want to call it, that these groups are actually enjoying, meaning that, take for instance your approach to the eastern neighborhood. You might have the Normandy group that is spearheading your approach towards Ukraine, and then another group composed by other member states. I'm just making it up, that is spearheading your approach towards another aspect of your approach towards the eastern neighborhood, and then the overall consistency of your foreign policy is segmented, or at least staggered, I would say. So I'm not entirely sure about this. Maybe one way of solving it would be to differentiate between the implementation, the policy implementation, and then the overall result, or the policy issue and the overall policy sector. I don't know, but I mean, there's something to think about there, I think. And I wouldn't take for granted that they're all leading to further integration. And that is why I mentioned the segmentation processes. In fact, what you find in the literature is that these groupings, not these groupings, but the ad hoc coalition in federal regimes are leading to segmental patterns in the overall conduct of foreign policy of federal regimes. Then, is this a case of horizontal delegation? Even here, I'm not, when you first said that, I was like, oh God, it is a case of horizontal delegation. But then I was thinking about it and I was like, but what is the mandate? What is the contract? I mean, these groups are self-selected groups and they generally occur outside. They are established outside the EU framework, and I would say that they autonomously decide whether or not to synchronize their activities and when, whether to do it ex post or ex ante with EU institutions. So I don't really see the contract or the mandate, and I don't see how the EU institutions or the other member states would be able to somehow, withdraw the mandate from the agent. So even there, I mean, it could be, but I think there are counter arguments. Why do others agree? At first, I thought, probably the simplest answer would be to avoid the distributional implications of, addressing a distributive conflict, right, within the European Council. But then when you jump to your table, I thought, okay, maybe my problem here is that I've been considering consensus and capacities are very much intertwining, meaning that obviously the resources in your foreign security policy are decentralized, and you do need a consensus in order to actually have capacities of the member states being coordinated. But then when I saw the table, I thought, okay, maybe I should differentiate among the two concepts, because they can actually allow me to understand an additional factor which can shed light on the variance among these groupings, which is indeed capacities and not only consensus. But the reason why I just put consensus or preferences is because I understood them as being, the consequence of the other somehow. So once again, thank you very much for these points, and I hope I answered to your comments. And I would really like to have that table if I can have it at some point.
We all do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Philip, would you like to react, or shall I open the floor? Okay, so I would open the floor to questions from your side. We have still 15 minutes, so the lunch will start a bit later, so don't be stressed out by that. You have all the time for questions that you need. Ben, go ahead, and then Thomas.
Yeah, sorry, I feel a bit bad hogging the microphone. I went first last time, but hey, all the effort to get here, right? Yeah, so just two quick questions and comments, and maybe things that that weren't picked up in the stellar discussion. So one is about, and I guess it's mainly for Andrew's paper, the question of where the agency lies here. And I guess maybe this is seeing things in a bit too much of a sort of principal-agent relationship, but is it the case that when these informal groupings emerge, they are kind of orchestrated through the EU institutions, right? Does the EEAS have a role here in saying, okay, so we know if we want to do this, we need to speak to the relevant member states, or does it work the other way round and the member states get together and say, okay, so nothing's going to happen, but we can draw on the resources? And it might be a pointless distinction, but it might also be quite an important one. And so I was just wondering which way around you saw that. And then for both of the papers, and I guess, and I'm not trying here to say that sort of positive and negative or embedded differentiation or combinative differentiation is necessarily the same thing, but is the argument here that we can have criteria to distinguish precisely when these different forms of differentiation happen, or is the idea that they embody, or that differentiation embodies necessarily certain elements of all of these? And I think this comes out slightly more in Andre, in your paper, where you're talking about the sort of the paradox here that in a way, you know, differentiation is kind of, on the one hand, it seems like a move towards a more intergovernmental form of foreign policy, but on the other hand, it emerges an effort to try and strengthen the EU's hand. And so is it something that we can say this is embedded differentiation and this isn't? Can you give us the criteria? Or is it simply that when you have what you might call embedded differentiation, yes, if it's working towards EU goals, then we can say it's positive, but in some respects, it's always going to be negative as well, because it highlights that the EU can't operate as a coherent actor, that the EU requires these sort of informal groupings of member states, and that there's a cost to kind of future institutional provision.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think this is really an interesting panel and a lot to take away from. My question is specifically to Maria Giulia. So I think this with the informal groups, I mean, apart from really being incredibly comprehensive, is also conceptually very interesting. I just wonder, maybe I'm wrong, but I sort of hear a sort of normatively positive undertone out of your paper, which is to say, it's not a bad thing that there are these informal groups because they do things that might otherwise not happen. And in general, I think the perception is that also from all the examples, that at least something is being done, which would otherwise be blocked by the consensus. What I have trouble with making sense of is that one could also think of informal groups that cooperate with non-member states to the detriment of the interests of the Union. So beyond, I think, the 2x2 of Philip, which is to say, there may or may not be consensus, the others may or may not follow, but you know, apart from the problem that the EU appears disunited, one could also go one step further and say there's actually stuff that's being done by subgroups of member states that's against the common EU position, or that is against the interests of the Union. And so I'm missing somewhere in that paper this sort of really destructive element, to put it point. I mean, obviously, I have 16+1 in mind, and we maybe talk about that afterwards, but there could be other examples like that. And I just wonder where you would fit that in.
Thank you. And we have one question. I see Daniel first, and then Johanna, and then we pass it over to the speaker.
All right. Yeah, actually, I have a question or a comment to Maria Giulia's paper, which I thought was incredibly well developed already and was super interesting to read. And I guess it's a sort of minor comment, because as I was reading through your paper, I was constantly thinking about the parallels in terms of these sort of subgroups that you point out, and the competition versus combinative effects, not just in foreign policy areas, but also in other areas. You yourself mentioned the Visegrad 4 group, but there are obviously also groups active in other areas like the Frugal 4 and so on and so forth, that play a role in these other dimensions. And while it's obviously a paper that's focused on foreign policy, I think it might be interesting also to sort of speak to a bit of a wider audience, to point a bit to the similarities and differences to how this kind of subgrouping is occurring in other settings. And perhaps in how far there is even this kind of overlap between groups that defend collective interests for internal EU policies, and then the ad hoc groups that you find in terms of external EU policies. And again, I think that this paper already reads really well, but it might add sort of an additional dimension of speaking to an even larger body of literature and interacting with even more research that's being done in this realm.
Thank you, Daniel. Jana.
Extremely briefly, I have a question or comment to both of the speakers, presenters. My question is, according to you, to what extent the categories you proposed may overlap or overlaps with the category of cross-loading Europeanization or cross-loading practices? Cross-loading Europeanization?
Okay, then I suggest we start with you, Maria Julia. Okay.
I think the first question was very much for Andre, but I might say that maybe I should be a bit more clear upfront in the paper by saying that indeed at the beginning of the paper I'm doing an exercise of conceptualization, but maybe what I do in the end is very much to ask myself and ask in the paper under which conditions do informal groupings occur, those forms of informal groupings that I'm investigating. But thank you for pointing it out. Thomas, normatively undertoning of the paper, indeed, sorry, my mask got stuck in the earring, but anyway, that might even be useful. The normative undertoning, I think I would put what you're saying into the category of competitive differentiation, when I actually say that these informal groups might be competing with the EU in certain policy issues, but indeed I could further stress that they may actually hamper the EU or to some extent not only replace the EU and then get back to the EU, but even, do some harm. But even there, I think, what is the benchmark? The conclusions of the European Council. So I might have to be quite clear about this. I mean, what hampers the EU? I mean, the fact that they are going against what the European Council has said in the conclusions, that's the only thing that might come to my mind. So I totally agree with you, but I don't know. I have to think about this quite carefully on how to put it on paper. But again, I don't think that they are a solution. I also try to point that out in the presentation. They are a short-term reaction, I would say, rather than a solution. And indeed, they're leading to segmentation most of the times, as I showed in my empirical section. So, but once again, thank you for pointing that out. What about the groups inside? This is actually very interesting. As I said, I try to make clear that I'm not interested in those groups that operate within the EU framework. But what I thought while you were speaking is that I could map at some point or actually investigate whether the groupings that occur within the EU are actually the same that are operating outside of the EU, or at least outside while remaining loosely connected to them. So that could be interesting, as long as the concept is clear. Because what I see in papers on informal groupings is that they put all together in a minestrone style. That's how we say in Italian. So you put all together, and then it's very hard to really understand what you're really eating or looking at. But indeed, it could be interesting to consider them in perspective with the groupings that occur within the EU. And cross-loading, there's an interesting paper by Federica Bicchi and Lisbeth Agesam on cross-loading indeed. And very much like that paper, but I think that cross-loading is interesting, but I think that it is a bit too broad and it doesn't really capture the variation of these groupings. In that paper, they take a group that, in my opinion, I know it is a group, it could be a group. I mean, it's a flexible cooperation. But then what is unprecedented, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, is that these groupings are, they're interacting with, they're carrying out foreign policy towards third actors, which is something that you generally have the central governments doing it, right? So this is the unprecedented, the research puzzle there. So I wouldn't even consider the group there, worth of attention. I mean, obviously the paper was interesting and what the group did was interesting to investigate, but not from my perspective. And cross-loading is interesting to investigate the interaction, the horizontal interaction among member states, but I don't think it tells us much about the EU polity itself in the end. I mean, what is going to happen to the EU in terms of segmentation rather than capacity building or consensus building and so on and so forth. So it is, they're looking at the same thing through a different perspective because probably they're interesting in a different dependent variable, I would say, in the end. So thank you.
Thank you, Andre.
First of all, to the Benjamin's questions, thank you very much. Both of them are very pertinent, and I have to say I've also given it a thought with regard who is the agent and who is the principal in there. And in all honesty, it's a difficult question to answer. For the argument I'm putting forward is basically that the CFSP is no longer the purely intergovernmental affair, which means that there is no clear principle in here. Moreover, the EU strategic papers also refer to the shared responsibility and the joint responsibility, which also makes this see as a sort of a situation where you have two principles and two agents at the same time, and both flexibly perform this role. I think it needs to be stated that the situation differs from case to case, especially when you have an EU institution on board of an informal grouping or where you do not have it. Where the HRVP, for example, takes part in the EU member states lead group, then the role of coordination basically coordination may come to the EU High Representative. Not least, this is important as I was pointing out that embedded differentiation is basically a manifestation of a bounded differentiation. And here I made the reference to the principles such as loyalty, sincere cooperation, and so on and so forth that are not legally enforceable. And those other member states cannot necessarily take action directly against those EU member state lead groups in full or in partial, as it happened, for example, with enforcing the very principle of loyalty in the EU energy sphere, with Poland basically contesting the rather broadly approached political nature of the principle. And the EU Court of Justice confirming that there is much more to it than just a political principle. It is a legal principle that should be observed by the EU member states. In this case, we don't have this mechanism. And here I see also the role of the HRVP in basically informally as well, ensuring the observance of such principles on behalf of not only the group of insiders, that is to say the core, the lead groups, but also on behalf of the outsiders, that is to say the remaining group of EU member states that do not take the lead on a specific issue. Here the issue looks complicated as there is no clear division of labor. Moreover, this division of labor is very much informal, is very much context dependent and situational as well. So that no general pattern or conclusion can be drawn as to what is the right way forward. The second question with regard to the criteria for such groups to emerge. I think no. I mean, my paper is not interested in basically elaborating on the criteria upon which the groups basically emerge, as I'm more interested in looking into the criteria that make such an operation acceptable both to the EU, to the other EU member states, as well as EU institutions. And in here, one should say that important is not only the aspect of leadership and the will and capability of some member states to take the lead, but also the aspect of followership. And this is to say the will and readiness of other EU member states to basically accept this leadership. And also coming back as well to the points that is important in this aspect raised by Professor Genschel about the power. I don't necessarily see that the power of an EU member state is a determining factor in here, whether it's seen in purely material, economic terms, or in political influence terms. For the context is determining here, and sometimes there are smaller sized member states, say Poland or the more so Lithuania, that take the lead. I can clearly refer to the Orange Revolution and the Polish-Lithuanian leadership on settling the crisis back in time. This is to say that power not necessarily matters. What matters is basically the authority, which might be both epistemic authority, that is to say the knowledge of the situation, the knowledge as well, the expertise on the issue area, as well as social authority, that is to say recognition from the counterparts, external counterparts especially, that do allow for this well, one or another EU member states lead group to speak on behalf of the EU. And here is also an area which is most interesting to me in my paper, because I believe that the way that informal groups such as EU member state lead groups operate also affects the way in which in the future this format will be accepted or not accepted. And here, not only their performance as such and their output is what matters. The external and internal contestation or lack thereof matters to a no lesser extent. Here I can refer to the issue of the Normandy 4 being initially uncontested, internally at least, and now growingly so contested by Poland, Lithuania as well, not least for, first of all, on the Polish side, for being, well, sidelined from this very format. And if we speak about this format as being EU member states, we then speak about the possibility of all those who are interested and who have a stake in issue to be able to join the format. But also external contestation. It was already mentioned that with the production, well, with the interpretation of the Minsk II agreement implementation that ensued with the introduction of the so-called Steinmeier formula, Ukraine's readiness, both the public readiness, but also the political elite's readiness to basically accept this formula and accept this way of interpreting the implementation of the Minsk II protocol considerably decreased, which also, in a way, decreased the very acceptance of the group's, well, the Normandy format's performance and legitimacy. On the other hand, as alternative and competing as well formats do emerge, there is yet another dynamic to be observed in this regard. And more recently, in mid-October, there was a visit of the Understate Secretary Victoria Nuland to Moscow, who basically, well, hailed the emergence of yet another format, the Nuland-Kozak format, which seems to be now competing with the Normandy 4, which anyway, after the departure of Chancellor Merkel, is anything but sure, which also is yet another big issue to explore in my paper on the sustainability of these groups and on the difficulty or on the pitfalls of having a tacit consent or tacit acceptance by the EU member states and those external partners that may pretty quickly vanish if the situation changes. With regard to, yes, Joanna's comments, I didn't skip any. No, Joanna's comments and the possible overlap between embedded differentiation and cross-loading and or cross-loading Europeanization. I think there is a partial overlap here. However, the distinction is that with cross-loading Europeanization, you have an open-ended process first. Secondly, you also have a process that is a longer-term process that does not necessarily lead to anything binding in terms of some policy output that needs to be accepted. By contrast, with the embedded differentiation, one has to deal with the instances of very prompt reaction that also results in prompt policy output that either tacitly or less so, frequently explicitly is being accepted, and those is becoming binding for other participants of the EU's multilateral system of governance, especially when it comes to foreign policy. This yes and no, it is partially related. However, I wouldn't basically see the overlap between the two. And I will perhaps stop here, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other voices and questions, and this is good because we have to go and eat. So let's eat and reconvene at 2 for the last panel of today. Thank you so much. It was really interesting.
Thank you for reconvening on time. I hope you had a nice lunch break. We are here for the third and final panel of today's session. And let me first thank Ben Tonra for being here with us online. Thank you for taking the time to join us. And of course, Sophie Van Onacker, she's here in person. We already met her at the beginning of the workshop. All right, so the panel will consist of 3 papers, a paper by Matteo Bonomi, EU Enlargement Policy Without Accession, Differentiation in New External Governance in Times of Crisis. Then there will be a paper contribution by Thomas Christiansen, the EU Relations with Asia, compartmentalized, differentiated or fragmented. And finally, Monica Eva Sus, keeping them together, the High Representative and as an agent of embedded differentiation. So what we will do is proceeding with the presentations, with all 3 presentations, and then I'll ask the discussants to respond afterwards. Matteo will start first. 20 minutes each per presentation, up to 20 minutes per presentation. So Matteo, please, the floor is yours. Stop sharing. Computer froze. It's completely frozen. This wouldn't be a workshop during the COVID times without technical problems. I mean, you just need to have them at some point.
Thank you. So, thank you, Maria Giulia. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Matteo Bonomi. I work at the Istituto Affari Internazionali in Rome, and I'm very glad. I've been following EU external relations for a while, especially toward the Western Balkans. I come more from a think tank world, but I'm very happy to try to share my insights with such an audience. So my presentation is on EU external governance in time of crisis, the case of the Western Balkans. The aim of my presentation is assess why there has been a decoupling between European integration process of the Western Balkans and the slow or reversing Europeanization of the country of the region. My main argument will be that recent crises have put to test not only EU as a regulatory polity, but also regulatory integration of the EU with third country, such as the Western Balkans, that can be somehow conceptualized as a kind of external differentiation of the EU, since the acquis is the basis of their partial integration into the European Union. And secondly, I will argue that this regulatory alignment and economic integration have rendered the Western Balkans extremely vulnerable to the shocks coming from the EU. At the same time, they have not provided any amortization mechanism that somehow has been developed within the European Union. For instance, I mean, with all the instrument that has been set in place to face the crisis, but also with previous mechanisms that maybe were not fully appreciated, like, for instance, the structural funds that have been really fundamental to keep. I mean, they really were the 5% of the I don't know, of the GDP of Hungary. I mean, they really had a macroeconomic implication. So what is my puzzle? My puzzle is this decoupling between progressive alignment of the Western Balkans to the EU acquis and increasing economic, especially integration, and still a lack of Europeanization, namely the lack of economic convergence and political convergence between the Western Balkan country and the EU standards. We can see this from this nice graph from Natasha Wunsch, that the line that goes up measure the level of alignment of the Western Balkans to the EU acquis, measured year by year by the European Commission, and the other one is the compliance with democratic standard that have been regressing. So we should ask how this decoupling can have occurred. And we can also look at, I think that is even more shocking if you look at economic convergence that has been even less converging. So if you look at GDP recovery from pre-transition, so from 1989, Western Balkan country has been the worst performance among all transition economy, are this one with little dots. Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina has not still reached the real GDP of 1989. And so academic literature mainly focus on EU enlargement and EU-Western Balkan relation through the lens of EU conditionality. Of course, EU political conditionality is a key element, is a key notion to capture political relation and demands coming from the top of EU institution to the top of politicians and leaders in the Western Balkan country. It's mainly based on cost-benefit calculation, and there are many. I mean, there has been a lot of literature analyzing which are the elements enabling or making it weaker EU conditionality and transformative power of European Union. I mean, usually it's the machine failing, especially have highlight credibility and size of the reward, the domestic adaptation cost, and also national identity has often been highlighted as a possible constraining factor, and in the Western Balkan particularly so because of all the post-war and conflict reconciliation and so on. Then conflict objective of the European Union, I mean, especially in the Western Balkan, since the very beginning, since the launch of stabilization and association process, there was these conflicting goals between guaranteeing stability in the region and promoting democracy and economic reform. And lastly, there is one other branch more recent about conditionality, about pervert the effect of constitutionality in the region, especially Natasha Wunsch's work on this selective empowerment and legitimization of leader by EU actors. However, while a key notion for understanding political dynamic, I think is too narrow and one-dimensional, focus on this political dynamic, and does not, and the concept of conditionality does not, I mean, somehow is too teleologically focused on enlargement, and is not useful to understand how much you and the Western Balkans have been integrating so far. And I think it should complement it with the external governance perspective. So to exactly capture this multiple link between the EU and the Western Balkans that have been already created, especially EU regulatory and economic expansion in the region. So a kind of external differentiation of the EU, and still also this external governance and external differentiation perspective sometimes is too somehow technocratic and present a over positive account of this market, especially integration, that are always presented as an automatic reward for the Western Balkan countries. So I think this should be complemented with another part of scholarly literature on European integration in core state power that stress the limits of EU regulatory integration and the mismatch between demand and supply of integration in capacity building that I think is crucial also to understand not only what has been going on within the European Union during the crisis, but also how regulatory integration of third country has been somehow facing problem and mismatch between demand and supply of integration. So my hypothesis one is that external governance has worked during the crisis as a transmission belt for negative spillover of the EU crisis into the Western Balkans. And second hypothesis is that recent crises have led to further integration in core state power within the European Union, but regulatory integration remained the preeminent EU approach towards third countries, so heavily destabilizing the region. So if you look at, I mean, I will try to apply all this to economic integration. And if we observe economic integration of the Western Balkans and the EU, we can see that from the launch of the Stabilization Association Agreement into 1999, the Western Balkans have opened their market and liberalized their economy. They have been largely integrating with the EU and have partially aligned with EU acquis. The aim at the time was, and still for it is, to create a functioning market economy and consolidated democracy, and eventually to allow EU accession of this country. Unfortunately, this transition blueprint worked quite different for the Western Balkans. Still, if we look at strong economic ties, they are already strongly integrated with the Union. They have 73% of their trade with the EU. That is more than EU 27 average. So they are more integrated than the average member state of the European Union. Their banking system is owned by foreign, mainly European banks, between 75 and 95%. And FDI are coming predominantly from the EU, and even two countries have adopted the euro as the national currency, or are adopting a very strict link with the euro. So, however, all these economic ties have not helped economic development in the region, especially since 2008, as we have seen in the previous graph. Somehow the Western Balkans countries have been behaving pretty much as a Southern European country. Capital inflow from a core European country have fostered consumption and have gone in a not tradable sector, and so have raised a macroeconomic imbalance. And then with the economic crisis, this inflow coming from the EU has collapsed, and also the trade with the EU has collapsed, and this has led to multiple crises. And exactly what happened within the European country, there has been initial rising of public deficit and public debt, and then there have been followed by austerity policy. If we look, the growth rate in yellow from 2000 when after the launch of the stabilization association process, and in this second period from 2009 to 2019, the growth rate has been literally collapsing, and in these 10 years, the Western Balkans accumulated almost 97 billion of trade deficit with the EU. At the same time, the funds coming from the EU toward the region has been extremely limited. We have these IPA funds that account from 40 million euro to Montenegro every year, to Serbia that is around 200 million euros. So it was complete disbalance, especially if we compare with country receiving structural funds. And since their economic convergence has basically never take over again, and we see, especially if you look at Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, they have basically the same, they stay at this 30% of GDP per capita average of the European Union. Even the gap with Central Eastern European Union, Central Eastern European Union member state has increased. So, which conclusion? I think that these show that regulatory integration implied in the stabilization association process and agreements has been working as two-edged sword. positive has been positive in positive type, but negative during the crisis. Moreover, the more the EU is developing its capacity to deal with macroeconomic stabilization and redistribution, the less this kind of agreement are useful for developing country to foster convergence. And I think this also opens some interesting side to see how much also other kind of crises maybe have followed the similar patterns, and how much we can find a similar pattern in other kind of association agreement of the European Union that has been usually understood as one of the most effective instrument of the European Union. But since the crisis, they've been working much worse. But I think if we can find similar pattern, for instance, in Ukraine or other countries, we can really, I mean, also think a new paradigm how to use these tools in such a stabilization association agreement with a neighboring country. Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo, for your contribution. This is the first contribution on the external dimension of differentiation. I would now ask Thomas to take the floor. Thomas, would you like to step in the front? Thomas will give us a perspective on Asia, on EU-Asia relations. Okay, thank you. As usual, you have up to 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation, Maria and Monica. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Thanks also for the discussants, both of them my former colleagues. Ben, my former partner in crime. Very good to see you. But of course, this is the wrong presentation. I thought I had already put it here. The usual problem. It's not in the folder though, but it's on the desktop somewhere. Bene. Finalmente. Okay, well, I was going to say, thanks for the invitation, and you were a bit over-promising things with the 3 papers because I don't have one. But on the other hand, it's been extremely useful to listen to all the other presentations, and I found a lot of things that I can pick up. My presentation, how long do I have? 10 minutes? Oh, okay. My presentation is very short on concepts and theories. Which is why I found a lot of the discussion this morning extremely useful, and I definitely see what I can use in order to conceptualize better. My presentation is largely empirical, and it's dealing with one particular geographical focus of European foreign policy, or I would rather say external relations, if I may, namely that with Asia. There's a tension in my mind and also in my presentation, whether it's explicitly on China or whether China is one particular aspect of this. Of course, it looms very large. Since I haven't yet written the paper, I'm still open to suggestions what I should rather focus on. I want to start just briefly talking about the context within which EU relations with Asia occur. I talk here in the strategic context about 4 different levels. One is the global development, which is essentially this brewing Cold War between the US and China that basically takes everyone in the region and also in Europe in its stride. So there are probably important choices that have to be made, but in general, I think the observation is that globally things are becoming ever more antagonistic. And clearly there seems to be no major shift between Trump and Biden in that regard. In terms of multilateral and interregional frameworks, one has to recognize that the EU is related to Asia in a number of different ways. ASEAN, for a start, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations is a key partner of the European Union, a long-standing relationship, recently upgraded to a strategic relationship last December. And within ASEAN, there's a security dimension, the ASEAN Regional Forum, in which also the EU is a member. So there are numerous ways. I mean, in terms of the broader relations with Asia, there is the ASEM, the Asia-Europe meeting, which is a biannual summit meeting of all the heads of states. It's probably the largest meeting of heads of states outside the UN framework. Big discussion in certain circles over whether this is purely a talking shop or not. But nevertheless, it's fairly institutionalized as a relationship. And then we have various bilateral relations, and there, I come to that maybe a bit more in a moment, is a series of free trade agreements and partnership agreements the EU has signed with countries in the region, South Korea, Japan, Singapore, Vietnam, which amount to something I would say quite significant in terms of engagement and presence in the region. But then my last point is, if we look at Europe itself, and I think this is on the negative side, a lot of preoccupation with itself in the context of recent crises and ongoing crises, and very little strategic thinking in terms of how to deal with Asia. I think what matters in terms of differentiation is an awareness, and we saw that in previous papers already, of the degree of diversity we have, both on the European side and on the Asian side. One tends to talk about Asia if it's one. One also tends to equate China with Asia somewhat, which is of course highly misleading. There are massive tensions also within Asia and huge differences. But internally inside the EU, and this is why we're here, there's also a lot of internal diversity in terms of interests, values, and the like. Now, China specifically raises a challenge for Europe. Geoeconomically, it is an important partner for Europe in terms of trade. The two sides are trading more with one another than anyone else. And despite the blip, as it were, of the pandemic, it has bounced back fairly strongly. Ironically, the problem with trade now is not for once on the demand side, but on the supply side, with strains in logistics and so on. But on the whole, there's a very strong interest on both sides to maintain this trade. On the investment side, there are question marks. Also, investment has gone up between the two sides in recent years, but the current discussion is very much about whether Chinese investments in Europe are still welcome or not. In the United States, for example, they're not that welcome. On the other side, geostrategically, there's increasingly the recognition that Europe and China are systemic rivals, and that with a country like that, meaning with these massive human rights violations internally and an aggressive foreign policy and threats towards Taiwan and so on, one has to also contain China. And so there is a force field between these economic and political considerations. And then the United States is always the elephant in the room when Europe is in relations with Asia. Hard to judge which way it goes, but I would point to two different kinds of pressures. One is that the Americans, of course, put a lot of pressure on Europe to join them, as it were, in the containment of China. But on the other hand, looking at AUKUS and so on, there's also huge divisions that are potentially created in Europe because of US policy. Well, I could say more, but for the use of time, I keep it short. I'm sorry that this is a bit garbled. My title suggests that there is a discussion to be had between, is this a fragmented foreign policy or is it a differentiated foreign policy? And that also maybe links a little to our previous discussion, whether differentiation is inherently a good thing, or at least something that can save the day. And that's how I take it here. But then I'm juxtaposing that with a negative view that there is fragmentation in EU foreign policy. Now, the issue with I have two slides. Basically, one is on the Asian side, and I focus particularly on China, and then the other one is on the internal side. So on the Asian side, in relations with China, there's, for a start, this what shall we call it, dilemma that Europe has, and it's an existing and increasing dilemma, because on the one hand, there's a long-standing partnership with China. They are strategic partners for more than 10 years. They have benefited massively from that on both sides through trade and investment. And so these acronyms here, the strategic partnership, there's a last December signed a comprehensive agreement on investments in China. There's the fact that all member states of the EU are also members of the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is a Chinese vehicle to fund Belt and Road Initiative projects. So there's basically a long-standing partnership with China. And for a while, not so long ago, 5 years or so, China was everyone's best friend, as it were. Obviously now things have shifted quite significantly, partly because of internal developments in China, partly because of US policy against China, and partly because of these geostrategic considerations about what China is doing in the region and in other regions like Africa and even in Europe. In response, the EU has developed this policy of compartmentalization. I put that originally in the title, but I changed my mind because I think it confuses the discussion about differentiation. Compartmentalization means that we deal with China on a sort of case-by-case basis. We're dealing with certain things without letting them negatively be affected by other things. One can maybe be cynical about that, but one can also be realistic and consider that given the deep entrenchment of trade between the two sides, it would be fairly unthinkable to disengage completely. But who knows what's possible these days in the era of Brexit and so on. So this decoupling discussion that is going on, one could well imagine a future in which we don't trade anymore like this with China, but right now it's fairly hard to see. At the same time, of course, it doesn't mean that one has to accept everything that goes on there. And the point that Sven Biskup and others have been making is, if we sanction China, we should focus on those areas where there's actually a problem, and try and let other areas of cooperation not be affected by that. And then there's a question of to what extent one can actually navigate US policy forever when push comes to shove and sides have to be taken. So 17+1 is, of course, from the Chinese side, one of the main vehicles that make one want to be concerned about that. And that's where we talk potentially of informal groups of member states. I don't use that terminology, but I think the analogy is certainly there for the taking. 17+1 means that China has already for some 10 years set up a fairly formal structure. It's actually supposedly an intergovernmental organization with a secretariat, even though that's basically a room in the Chinese foreign ministry. And this is where the Central East European countries, both from within and outside the European Union, are cooperating on a regular basis. They have summit meetings, ministerial meetings, and so on. And they are the objects, to some extent, of a shower of Chinese investments. The question then is whether these investments are a purely good thing, whether they help countries develop. This is the same discussion we have in Europe as we have it in Africa and elsewhere. There is this discourse now about a Chinese debt trap, and we have seen Montenegro already fall into it, like other countries. Sri Lanka comes to mind. So there are certainly concerns in Brussels and other capitals about the way in which these Central East European countries have gone to bed with China. A classic case now is Lithuania, which is not sure, part of the 17+1, but then had the temerity of opening a Taiwan quasi-embassy, and is now being sanctioned by China for that, and is asking for help and solidarity from the other EU member states. So these are shifting sands to somewhat. And one development is that while this formal 17+1, it was used to be 16 until Greece joined a year ago, whether these 17+ countries remains a real thing, or whether it's more of a paper tiger. Most of those countries in the EU seem to have gotten quite lukewarm about this. And and Hungary, I come to that in a moment, stands out as maybe the one country that is still very keen on China. The pandemic, just for the record, to say is having essentially negative effects on a coherent and comprehensive relationship with China, because it has disrupted the trade initially quite massively, and the trade being the mainstay. This is, of course, not helping in that sense. And on the other hand, it has made Europe and others realize how dependent one is on China for supplies. And then, competition about vaccines and so on, all basically creates a further bad blood. Now, on the European side, if we look at the member states, of course, we have this common China policy. We have a strategic partnership. We have this whole entire dialogue structure institutionalized and everything. So I think the starting point would be to say, well, there is a common policy on China. There's a common policy on Asia. There's now also a common strategy on the Indo-Pacific and so on. So we have a fairly established, and one would say dependable set of EU policies with a region. But then we look at individual member states and what they do. And this is even after Brexit, when things were more complicated with the UK. But even here, 3 countries, I would say, stand out. Germany, which is 50% of trade with China, is Germany. So it's definitely one of a kind. And basically anything on trade with China, you have to talk to Germany, as it were. And we don't quite know where Germany is going, especially after Merkel. But so far, it's been, of course, always very much avoiding any antagonism towards China. France is a particular case because after Brexit, it is the main security actor, with the only nuclear power in the EU and so on. And it has very strong interests in the region. There are French territories there. So France is literally in the Asia Pacific. And after the AUKUS deal, France, of course, went haywire and also tried to get the EU to basically back its position, which is to not be on the side of the Australians and the Americans. So it's an open question to what extent that makes it still possible to have a Western position there. And then I single out Hungary as a prominent friend of China. There's a series of things where one could really wonder what is going on. Massive infrastructure investments, railways being built. Hungary is one of the few countries now that is using Huawei to build its 5G telecoms. We have a Fudan University campus being built in Budapest just after the Central European University was kicked out. And they're using Chinese vaccines as well. So there is clearly Chinese attention to Budapest, and the reward for that is then potentially that Hungary is voting with China, as it were, elsewhere, and even preventing the EU from taking statements on China, as they did in the case of Hong Kong. So that doesn't amount up to differentiation. So I have only 2 minutes left. Let's just try to be clear that there is a number of areas in which one could, I think, look for differentiation in a more organized manner rather than this rather ad hoc, bottom-up or informal thing. But it's quite hard to see that. So trade being so important, the difficulty with trade is that we have a common external tariff, and that's untouchable, as it were. And there's also what I meant earlier, that there are serious dangers to the integrity of the internal market, which we have seen in the Brexit context, how holy that is. So to touch on things like investment and trade, industrial policy and so on, and differentiate that is just highly complicated when we talk about internal policies that are so highly integrated. The same with human rights and rule of law, which is another huge agenda in EU relations with Asia. The common position of the EU currently is that you cannot differentiate there. The rule of law is an everything or nothing type of deal. But then we see how difficult it has become even internally to ensure that. And who knows where this is going in the future. Merkel and others, the council, are still sitting on the fence, as it were, on Poland. We may well end up in a future European Union where we have different types of jurisdictions. But for now, it's difficult to see differentiation there. And with security, of course, it's another matter there. In a sense, you have to differentiate because countries have so different interests and so different capabilities. So my conclusion is basically also trying to use this demand and supply terminology that was offered by Schimmel, Pfennig, and Vincent, that there is a lot of demand for differentiation, but there's very little supply. I mean, it's hard to see the actual scope for differentiating in EU relations with Asia, because you are in a sense so taken hostage by the internal market dynamics, because so much of that is economic related. So the only area where we could do something is really in the security area. And that's of course where PESCO and other initiatives offer themselves, where it will then depend very much on the kinds of capabilities that member states who have interests in the region will take action. So that's in a sense where we come to a certain box in the 2x2, where there could be initiatives. So in this rather narrow area of security, and it's probably a very soft kind of security, you could see differentiation, but in the bulk of EU relations with Asia, it's difficult to see. Thanks for now.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much for this, let's say, perspective, taking us even farther away from Europe itself, from passing through the Western Balkans, arriving to China, Asia, more in general. And now we are back to the EU setting. Monica Soos with a paper on the High Representative as an agent of embedded differentiation, keeping them together. Please, Monica, the floor is yours. 20 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just figuring how to share the screen. Is it shared already? Maybe. Yes, it is shared. Yeah. So am I good to go? Okay, perfect.
Maybe you want to do this.
Thank you. And then I can just, okay. Okay, thank you very much. I am kind of seconding Thomas on being sorry for not being able to provide a ready paper. The discussants know it already, so I sent the first 6 or 7 pages. And I will very much would like to use the occasion of having you all in the room to kind of, discuss the idea of the paper, because I think there is a lot of potential, especially after listening to the papers from the morning and from the panels around the noon, to finally bring the EU institutions into the picture. And this paper, or this idea for a paper that I have, is supposed to zoom into the informal differentiated cooperation. So I'm not talking about differentiated integration. I am talking only about informal differentiated cooperation within the EU foreign policy, and zooming in on the institutions, and even more precisely zooming in on the role of the High Representative. I think Andrew already mentioned that potentially this institution, or this office, as you wish, can contribute to making the differentiated cooperation more embedded to some extent. So I would like to present you, with a very short outline of this short presentation. So I will give you a very short introduction into the topic. So what the literature says basically on that, and what are the assumptions that this paper should be built upon. I will present you a very, very brief and preliminary research puzzle and my idea for the research design. And then I would like to somehow try to deal with the minestrone that you mentioned, Maria Giulia, namely with the different types of the informal grouping, so of the informal differentiated cooperation, EU foreign policy, and I would suggest some defining features, also building upon what Philip was presenting on the selectivity and all the other features that I think can be helpful to differentiate between different types of informal differentiated integration. And then, of course, I will go a bit into the involvement of the High Representative. How do I want to some extent to operationalize this? And I am, as I said, very eager to hear your feedback and to discuss the ways I can develop this further, and also what is your take on the contribution of this paper to the overall special issue, because I think this is also something that I keep in mind from the morning. So in terms of the introduction, very quickly, there is, and I think we heard a lot about that in the morning sessions, rich literature on the motivations, formation process, and performance of very different informal differentiated cooperation formats in different areas of EU external action and EU foreign policy. And scholars also went into the discussion under which conditions, for example, do these different forms formats contribute to the effectiveness of the EU foreign policy, and when do they undermine it? So we heard a lot about segmentation. We heard a lot about the potential negative side of the differentiated cooperation and integration. And this is something that there is, of course, maybe still not enough out there, but there is something that we can build upon in terms of the literature. And I think that the papers of Andrew and Maria Julia actually speak very well to this topic. And then there are two assumptions that we can derive from the literature that go into the direction of the involvement of the EU institutions, and you see them here. So first of all, the more the instances of informal differentiated cooperation among the member states, and the positions, decisions, guidelines taken at the EU level are connected and consistent with each other, the more they contribute to the effectiveness of EU's foreign policy. There are several papers that argue this and that substantiate this claim somehow. And then the involvement of EU institutions in arrangements for differentiated cooperation has been identified again by several authors as the key factor for differentiation to effectively foster EU foreign policy and to improve the transparency, to limit somehow the dividing lines between those in the format and those out of the formats, and to match to better match to some extent the national and the EU resources in an effective way. So we can link it somehow with the previous papers and say or claim or argue that maybe there is potential to argue that the EU involvement into this informal differentiated cooperation formats can somehow counter the segmentarization or the risks of differentiated cooperation, informal differentiated cooperation being negative as a phenomenon for the EU foreign policy. And against this backdrop, the concept of embedded differentiation has been developed, and Andrew talked a lot about that, so I think I don't have to go into details of this concept again, but very shortly and very briefly, you have the definition on the slide. So it's pretty much about differentiation that is embedded as much as possible within the EU framework in order to maintain coherence and as flexible as necessary to maximize effectiveness of this policy area. But certainly there is a lot of necessity, I would say, to develop this concept further and to back it up with some conceptualized ideas, because this is clearly not enough for now. I think also for us to use it for the special issue. So to the research puzzle, preliminary research puzzle and research design. So the puzzle I would like to explore is how does the involvement of EU institutions, in particular of the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, function in practice, in political practice, and how does it contribute to the effectiveness of the informal groupings. And this paper argues that there is still, as I showed you before, there are assumptions that we can derive from the literature that the engagement is important and can be somehow contributional to the effectiveness of these groupings, but there is not enough there to be said, to have said already about how the engagement actually looks like and how can we observe it and how does it manifest itself in the political practice. So this is the puzzle that I would like to explore in the paper. Why the focus on the HR field? Maybe very, very briefly. So of course, the High Representative is a special office or a special institution, quasi-institution within the European Union. And as we all know, the incumbent of this office is responsible for advancing the consistency and coherence of the overall EU external action, as well as for contributing to greater effectiveness of Union's foreign policy. So we can say that somehow by default, by the mandate, the HRVP should try to integrate the internal informal differentiated cooperation into the EU framework to counter the risk of undermining coherence by these formats. And the second factor that I take into account while wanting to focus on the High Representative is the interinstitutional positioning of this office that at least potentially allow the incumbent of this office to access various EU foreign policy arenas as the Commission, Council, European Defence Agency, etc. And with the arenas go, of course, resources of these institutions. So this person the incumbent of this office can access all the resources that are actually out there in terms of of EU institutional framework, and this makes the position unique as a potential agent of embedded differentiation. And I would like to reflect the 3 questions that you see on the slide that I wrote last night, and I see a couple of let's say grammar mistakes out there, but bear with me for that. So basically, I would like to first of all explore on whose initiative does the involvement of the incumbent of this office take place, and when does it happen? Before the format is established, or does it happen during the course of the format, or after? It's not possible, but during the course of the format, and whose initiative was it to involve the HR? Was it the initiative of the member state involved in this format, or maybe the member states that that are staying outside of the format ask the HR to get involved in order to access some information that is running on with these informal groupings? So these are the more or less the questions, and also how does the involvement of the incumbent of this office look like in practice? So which instruments are available, which instruments are used, and how, as I said, again, in political practice, the High Representative links the work of the informal groupings with the EU's institutional framework. So this is, I think, a broad topic to be explored. And then finally, to what extent does the involvement of High Representative advance the effectiveness of the respective informal groupings of differentiated cooperation? I will come back to the effectiveness in a moment, but I just wanted to mention, because this is the 3rd category that we presented this morning about accountability and legitimacy, that also here I think there is a room for exploring the question of legitimacy of these groups and of the potential contribution of the High Representative to enhance the legitimacy and the accountability of these formats. And I think about taking the case study approach with most diverse cases. So the goal is explorative, and I would like to first of all map the ways that the HR is taking in order to get involved, and then also try to come up with hypotheses that relate to her involvement into this informal groupings and the effectiveness of these groupings. But I will come to that in a moment too. So now to the minestrone. I mean, it has been said several times that the informal differentiated cooperation is a very broad and very, let's say, chaotic topic in the literature, and I am not going into details here, but I think that several of us that explored this topic know that there are different groupings or different ideas which groups should be considered as informal differentiated cooperation. For example, there are some authors who argue that Visegrad cooperation is also one of the forms of informal differentiated cooperation in EU foreign policy. I would argue against, but this is maybe not the topic for now. But there are 5 actually defining components that I would like to propose in this paper. The first goes into the selectivity that Philip was referring to in the morning. So there's always a limited number of member states that group together, that come together on account of size or power or competences or expertise. I will come back to that too in a moment. Then the formation of these groups is a result of informal consultation between individual member states. So there's nothing formal going on at the EU level. This is the defining component, but we can of course discuss it whether this is the case or not. And then that's the third point is that the groups are built on an explicit or implicit consensus, not necessarily on a specific issue, but let's say there is a consensus on the general position among the member states on an issue at stake, but the preferences might be heterogeneous, and I think that Maria Julia was referring to that very good in the morning, so there's no reason for me to refer to that now. But just to mention one claim or one argument put forward by Alcaro referring to the Iran case and the E3+3. He said that no lead group can exist if it frames the crisis it addresses in terms that contradicts the established EU discourse. So this is something that should be also somehow taken into account and combined with the consensus feature that I presented here, but this is something that I should still do. And then the next common feature is the capacity of these groups to provide the EU foreign policy with both guidance and content in form of policy solutions, ideas, and policy content, to put it short. And finally, at least for the analysis I would like to carry out in this paper, I would like to, let's say, limit it to informal groupings where there is no institutionalized, that is treaty-based involvement of the high representative. So for example, and this is something that I needed to put it here, since there are several authors who argue that when the high representative asks a member state, a foreign minister of a member state, to act on its behalf, on his or her behalf, then it is also a form of informal differentiated cooperation. And I would argue it isn't actually, because then, I mean, it is a form of differentiated cooperation, but this is not something that I would like to explore in the paper. I am interested in these formats where there is no institutionalized involvement of the high representative. Having said that, and working with the literature and slightly, let's say, amending and trying to come up with a new way of seeing this, I suggest that we can talk about 3 formats of informal differentiated cooperation. And I think mostly that what we heard mostly today were the lead groups, and I think we can all associate a lot with that, since we all heard about Normandy format and also the Iran negotiation team EU 3+3. So basically, these are groups that are let's say, based on size and power of the countries that are forming these groups, and they have the aim to provide a link to major powers. Therefore, the countries that are members of the group are also powerful and, let's say, big. I am simplifying this, but just to have the point, so to say, done. And only these countries with the big enough, let's say, and powerful enough are able to establish the link to Russia, US, and other big powers. And they provide a mechanism through which a member state can take lead on key issues on the political agenda of the Union. And of course, there is several discussion in the literature whether and to what extent these groups can actually advance the agenda of the EU foreign policy, but it's also something that we don't have to discuss for now. Then the second category of the informal differentiated cooperation format that I see are the ad hoc contact groups. And they are similar, of course, to the lead groups, as you can see, but the difference between them is that, contrary to the lead groups, the contact groups are based on competence and expertise, and also several smaller member states can come together and build up this group. Not necessarily on foreign policy issues being high on the agenda of great powers, but pretty much on issues that require specific expertise, for example, let's say regional expertise or expertise on sanctions, or many other areas that expertise is needed. And the expertise, as we also saw a lot in the papers presented by Andrew and Maria Julia, the expertise goes often into the regional direction. Let's say Berlin process was initiated by countries that found the enlargement of the EU especially important. And then there is the third format, and this is cooperation at international fora. So I won't go into details on that because I have only 5 minutes, but basically it's collaboration between EU members, EU countries that enjoy representation in international fora and who want to coordinate their positions and to present a coherent EU line. But again, this is something where I hesitate how to put it, because I mean the literature seems to be in agreement that this is a form of informal differentiated cooperation. But still, I think I have some questions in my head that I would like to clear with myself first in order to see it that way. And then very briefly, this is, as you see, not ready at all, but just to give you an insight of what I am thinking about. I'm thinking about creating more or less a case study, first with the case study approach, creating a table that will give me, I mean, the case studies will give me insights into the level of engagement of the high representative, and let's say the moment, the timing of engagement, on the instruments used by the IHR to engage, and finally on the effectiveness of the format. And the effectiveness, I think the definition has been already provided here. I draw here on Lavanex and Krisic, and I perceive the effectiveness of these multilateral groupings as their impact in terms of advancing in the EU foreign policy agenda by facilitating policy making, fostering policy implementation, and attending shared EU objectives. So what I hope to get, maybe this is while I finish in a second, is to get a comprehensive picture of of the involvement of the high representative that will act into the literature on the agency of the HR, and more, I mean, there are several people in the room that study high representative, and I think we can all agree that the agency of this office is still not sufficiently explored. And I would like to develop hypotheses based on the outcomes of the case study research, and that would relate, as I said in the beginning, the involvement of the high representative with the level of effectiveness of these many lateral groupings. And an open question again for me is, how does it come together, or whether it does somehow come together in this embedded differentiation concept that has been presented by Andrew and also picked up by me. But this is again something that I have to think about. So as you see, there are several things I have to think about, and I would be glad if you could help me out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much for zooming in on the institutional perspective on the high representative, and very interesting. As you know, I'm an HR person as well. And okay, nice. I'd say now the floor is open for the discussants. So Sophie and Ben, I know you shared the papers. So who wants to start first? I let you decide. So it depends on. Maybe Ben wants to jump in.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you again for joining us.
Not at all. Absolute pleasure. I'm only desperately sad I'm not actually with you in Florence. But thank you for the invitation, and also I admire the ambition for the special issue. I think you're onto something really interesting. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Thomas's paper and Monica's paper, and then Sophie's going to do the other half. First on Thomas's non-paper, I think it's a fascinating exercise to think in these terms of differentiation and fragmentation. I guess one of my initial questions is, is the Union congenitally best able to deal at an institution to institution basis? In other words, is the EU well suited to bilateral relations with individual states? Second question I have is in respect of fragmentation and differentiation. And I understand that you've already had those conversations in your working group. But I guess my thought here is that differentiation implies some kind of conscious strategy as opposed to the absence of cooperation. Fragmentation, to my mind, sounds as though you're thinking about institutions and thinking about member states operating at conscious cross purposes. So my question for Thomas is, to what extent does there need to be conscious decision behind patterns of fragmentation or differentiation? And then I suppose the bigger structural issue, and Thomas raised this himself, is China an appropriate case study? Certainly, I have to say, having listened to the presentation, having read the non-paper, it strikes me as China's not a good case study for EU-Asia. That almost I would certainly have preferred either a paper on China or a paper on EU-Asia, sort of excluding China, because I just wonder whether China is just too big, too exceptional, and too important to act as a proxy for EU-Asia relations more generally. That leads me on to a second set, and that is to think about this division between the horizontal and the vertical that Thomas also points to. He talks about the differentiation between horizontal differentiation fragmentation and vertical differentiation fragmentation. And there's a lot here in terms of the horizontal, that is to say, clashes, fragmentation, differentiation among and between member states and between member states and the central institutions. What I was missing, though, from the non-paper was a little bit more on the vertical, that is contestation between different units or different agencies within the European Union. And I wonder if Thomas might speak to that in a little bit more detail. I think those are all my comments on Thomas's paper. Let me just have a quick double check. Yeah, horizontal, vertical. Yeah, the issue of China. Yeah, the final thing is in terms of, there's a section of this paper where he's going to talk about opportunities and limits of a differentiated approach in EU-Asia relations. And I guess, there's a question here as to whether or not this is, as I say again, conscious, that is, say, good cop, bad cop differentiation, whether there's a useful division of labor being pursued between and amongst member states and EU institutions, and whether we allow individual states and EU institutions to work to their own best attributes and their strengths. And if all of that is done in concert with a conscious strategy behind it, then clearly that leads to flexibility and strengthening EU foreign policy as opposed to the reverse. My question then is, however, what holds this together? And this is something, again, I'd ask Thomas, is the extent to which formal or informal institutions or practices hold this together. To what extent are there institutions and rules that manage this differentiation, as opposed to how much of this perhaps is informal, socially constructed norms and processes that people assume are in place? So I just think that's another aspect of dividing the work. If I move on to Monica's paper, on which I have somewhat less to say, because I think it's a fascinating idea, and I think you're really onto something here, Monica, which is really, really good. I guess my question for you is in terms of the HRVP. My question is this the person or is this the office? If this is the office, where's the dividing line between the office and the External Action Service? So is it person, is it office? And if it's office, what's the dividing line with the External Action Service? Because I think that might have implications both in terms of the role and capacity of the person doing the job, as opposed to the office doing the job. My second question is your exclusion of the Visegrad, and I absolutely accept why you did it, and I can see the logic and I see the rationale. I would just put a little bit of a question mark there, because I wonder to what extent formations such as the Visegrad group, and indeed, for example, the Hansa grouping, to what extent those groups shape a particular worldview, to what extent they reinforce sort of regional perspectives towards foreign policy or foreign policy issues that might be germane or salient, and whether, for example, the engagement then of those of states in things like the Arctic Council might also be shaped by those regional formations, those regional associations. So as I say, I think you're onto something really, really good. And I will definitely put my thinking cap on to look for more case studies, because I think it's going to be a really, really good paper. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you indeed. I would collect comments by Sophie, and then I would ask the presenters to reply. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I will start with Matteo, since he has not been served yet. So Matteo, you are dealing with the Western Balkans, and of course a very important region for the European Union, both strategically because of the relations with, also because there is competition with Russia and Turkey, and also because of course it's a neighbor of the European Union. And so you have argued, well, not so much in the paper is very much about, well, how things have been evolving in the Western Balkans from an economic point of view and all the problems that are there. So I didn't see much of a link there with differentiated integration, but you have tried to make a link now in the presentation. And the point you were making was that, well, the European Union is exporting the acquis. And so this regulatory integration is now under pressure. So you could see that as a form of differentiated integration. So yeah, you can argue this, but I would personally say that is stretching the concept quite a lot. So what I have been doing, I just have been thinking how perhaps you could, especially thinking also about the special issue again, because I have been an editor of special issues myself, and I know it's always the biggest challenge to bring it all together. So, and I think since this is the purpose also of the workshop, to think along these lines, two ideas came up. First of all, that at this moment, actually, there is also some criticism on the European Union, because the EU accession criteria are actually supposed to be applying universally and for the countries in question. And what we have seen is that the European Union has been using different standards for different countries. And so that has been criticized. And so on the one hand, well, some have argued this is very good because there is some flexibility and you have to take into account the situation in different countries. But on the other hand, it has also been argued that there is some discrimination there. So there is And this term differentiated integration has been used for this type of situation. So that could be one way actually to bring the paper closer to the focus of the special issue. And another discussion that has been taking place, but perhaps that would totally have to change the paper, but I just mentioned here for the sake of the argument, is that you know, there is a kind of fatigue in the European Union. So we have been stalling this next enlargement. Member states have been saying, well, we are not ready for this. How, on the other hand, they realize they have to do something with the Western Balkans, and especially since with Serbia and Montenegro, negotiations have been ongoing. And so there is now also discussion of how perhaps the Western Balkans could not become full members, but in one way or the other be integrated, especially also economically in the European Union. But that would, I think, probably not be a good idea, because it would you would have to rewrite an entirely different paper. Well, that's so far for your presentation. Then I'm moving to Monica, and I must say I very much enjoyed reading your paper, and I think for the moment you have been primarily working on the conceptual part, and I think that is also a good idea, as we were saying also this morning, because this concept is not always very clear. So you make a clear effort there how to, well, make sense of this differentiated integration. And so you in your paper, you make an also actually, as Eli this morning, you make a distinction between differentiated integration and differentiated cooperation in your paper. So, but so in the case of Eli and Stefan, it's more about the kind of scale of integration, cooperation. And in your case, you say that one is about the integration taking place outside the institutional framework, and the other one inside the institutional framework. And then you make this distinction between the treaty-based and the informal, which is then non-treaty-based. So, well, I think again, for reasons of consistency, you probably will have to coordinate or speak to each other, because we have here two different ways of looking at differentiated integration and cooperation. Then you also come up with this concept of embedded differentiation, and so whereby there is this kind of element of on the one hand integration in the framework, but also some possibility of being flexible. I'm not sure to which extent this is of much added value to the paper, but perhaps it may further add to the complexity, especially if you elaborate, because you already talk about DI and DC. So I think that may need some further reflection. So I think, yeah, and then second issue is that your paper, I think, is very much about the agency of the HR. Also, and I think that's an interesting question. So what is the role of the HR in this informal fora that are taking place? And so you will work with different case studies. And so for me, it was not entirely clear, and probably you're also still thinking about this, on what basis are you selecting this criteria? Because you come up with different forms of informal differentiation. You talk about these different forms, the lead groups, the ad hoc groups, and then so will that be one of the criteria, or is it more the level of or the degree of or the role of the HR? Has she played an important role, a less important role, or will that be the selection criterion? So that was not clear, and probably you could argue both, but so I had the impression you were more going for case selection on the basis of more or less important role of the HR, but I wasn't sure. And then because I thought, why are you then also elaborating on these lead groups, these ad hoc groups? And I think this cooperation on a kind of bilateral level or multilateral level within international fora like the UN, probably that's not what you're going to look at. So I had the impression you were mainly looking into these lead groups and ad hoc groups, And do you, do you assume that there will be differences there, that it will be an explanatory factor, or not at all? Or will it be more because, so you refer to, for example, Iran, which has to do with, the development of Iran as a nuclear power, which is really a long-term development. And then you have another case where it's more a crisis. So I think that also probably plays a role in the role of the HR. So I think, well, I also appreciate you're still thinking about this, but these are probably some of the issues you can reflect further upon, because they may also play a role. So, but I must say, I think a very interesting start and a fascinating topic, but not a simple one. Yeah. Thank you.
So many thanks to Sophie and Ben for providing us with these insightful comments and constructive comments, I would say as well. I would go on reverse. So I would ask Matteo to respond first, and then Thomas and Monica. Matteo, the floor is yours, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for your comment. I mean, for sure, there's a bit a different angle in my intervention in comparison on the other. However, I mean, I think really, if you look at literature about differentiation and integration, I think external differentiation, maybe there is an issue with the external differentiation, how much it can be part of differentiated integration of the European Union, I think, and still, I think, I mean, of course, the focus is a little bit different, but it has been used as a foreign policy tool. And I mean, I'm thinking, for instance, of this article by Lavenex and Schimmelfelling of 2009, where I mean, they were describing exactly this different differentiated projection of few regulatory beyond the borders, and enlargement was part of it, as it was neighboring or neighborhood country and so on. But of course, I mean, you're right. It's a different kind of differentiation in comparison with differentiation within EU foreign policy. Then membership means, I mean, there's been a lot of talking, especially in the policy sector, about membership meaning perspective, also as a tool of integration, and somehow I mean, I think also what I was talking about somehow is close to this. Maybe the policy discussion has not been really talking about membership meaning, but about sector integration. And if we look in the last also 10 years, they have tried to shape policy to make Western Balkan more opting in EU policy as much as possible. So maybe also, I don't know, I was thinking, for instance, maybe if we look at the immigration crisis, how they've been externalized, I don't know, police cooperation and so on, maybe we could have some different outcome in comparison to economic integration, with much more active involvement in this kind of issue of Western Balkans, maybe more than some other countries. And about different standard, I'm not sure I have understood the connection with differentiated integration, but I mean, for sure that there has been different condition, but probably also I mean, the original situation of the Western Balkan was much different from Central Eastern Europe. So of course, as long as there is the perception that the willing to enlarge is not genuine, there's been these grievances, but I think often they respond also to the need of member state building as well. It's a bit different. Thank you.
Thanks, Matteo. Thomas?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, Ben. That was very generous of you. Very good comments that I can definitely use at this stage. Not sure I have good answers to all of them, but on the first one, conscious or not, I think it's definitely an important distinction, maybe not only for myself, but also for other papers. I certainly was talking about things that I would consider conscious rather than accidental, let's say. I mean, to join a formal agreement with China, you know, signing a document, an MOU or whatever the case may be, is not an accident. So a number of states have made a conscious, purposeful decision, and presumably also with considerations of costs and benefits for themselves. So I'm not a rationalist, but I think in this particular case, one can definitely assume, one should perhaps confirm, but I would say one can assume that this was done purposefully. And that then raises questions. But I think it's also fair to say that there might be other cases where things might be, if not accidental, then at least path dependent and not that conscious or not that thought through. So it's an important distinction. One should definitely discuss it. I'm totally with you that China is not an appropriate case study, and I should perhaps not have said it on the slide, the case of China, but what I really mean is what I also said, which is that I'm in two minds whether I should write a paper solely on China. And the case is then really not China. The case is the 16 or 17+1. And one could ask oneself whether that's a useful case, whether I should compare that maybe as a negative case with another kind of case of the kind that other papers like Maria Giulia and also Monica are looking at, to compare a bit sort of the dark side and the light side of differentiated integration. So one could either do that, or indeed, as you suggest, Ben, to write a paper on Asia as a whole. But like I said, the problem with that is that you do need to spend so much time then on China, not as a case study, but simply because there's so much to say on that. I'm not sure I fully understood the point about horizontal, vertical. I mean, there is a disengagement between some member states and others doing different things. But there's certainly also a vertical dimension to that in terms of the EU institutions having trouble to keep these member states in check, as it were, you know, the different communications that are going on. I don't know if you mean that, the sort of relations between Brussels and national capitals, or what did you mean by vertical?
It was more a differentiation, I assumed there to be between different agencies and institutions of the Union. So contradictions between what the commissions might be doing, the EAS might be doing, the commission president might be doing, etc. Okay, no. Yeah, I would also call that horizontal in a way. But yeah, I totally see what you mean. I didn't say that, but that's another big dimension that I need to include in any paper, which is differences between DG Trade and the Commission, for example, and the External Action Service. They totally don't see eye on eye, either on China or indeed on other countries. And I think there's essentially a force field of three different positions that are usually being taken: those with market access concerns, essentially the Commission; those with geostrategic concerns in the External Action Service; and then those with normative concerns in the European Parliament and some national capitals. So that's a very good point. The division of labor is related to that. Is also a very good point, because the thing that does happen in occasion, but it's really a very cynical view of the division of labor, is that the European Union as an institution is dealing with the unwelcome stuff like human rights and so on, and the member states are doing the trading promotion and so on. So one could maybe say a few words on that, but how I relate that to differentiation is maybe difficult. And the last point, if I understood that correctly, sort of what is the benchmark? That's exactly, I think, also what Maria Giulia asked in response to my earlier comment, and I think it's a good question. One needs to establish a bit what one considers sort of good practice, as it were. I think in my particular area, it's not that difficult to establish what is the union position. It is a mixture of what you say between, on the one hand, the formal agreements that we have, the strategy papers and so on, and then also the discourse about systemic rivalry with China and so on. And I think there one can construct something that is probably a mixture taken from different elements, and then compare that to the practice of individual member states and say, this is where they depart. That's maybe a form of differentiation or fragmentation, as the case may be, and then build a critique on that. So thanks very much, Ben, for those points.
Thank you, Thomas. Monica, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Confused with the mics. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Sophie, for your comments and for the, let's say, encouragement to develop it further. Very briefly answering some of your points, I am definitely interested in the HRVP as an office. not as a person. And since I will be looking at the agency, I am interested in the office. And very good question, how do I define the dividing line between the EES and the office? I mean, just spontaneously, I'd say that the HRVP provides access to the resources of the EES, and I think I will treat it that way, but still, there's something I have to definitely think about. So noted. On the Benelux and on the Visegrad and all the other forms of regional, let's say, differentiation, maybe, just to pick up this word, certainly there is preferences formation going on in these regional groupings, right? And I think in Benelux even much more developed than the Visegrad in terms of foreign and security policy, but still they do not, in my opinion, explicitly provide the EU's foreign policy with guidelines or policy content. And therefore I draw, let's say, a line between these groupings and lead groups or core groups. So for me, there's a difference, but certainly also something that I should, let's say, keep in mind and conceptualize further. And to Sophie's comments, you're right, and I think this is something that I kind of thought about myself last night, that the embedded differentiation has nothing to do with this paper, more or less. I mean, of course, I could take this angle, but I am not really interested in that. And also considering that Andrew's paper is going into this direction and having the coherence and the comprehensiveness of the special issue in mind, I think that I can very good live without this notion and take the angle of indeed the agency of the HRVP, and really keep it to the informal differentiated cooperation. So of course I presented some background on the differentiated integration, but I agree with you, there's also something that I can skip and leave it to the paper of Ellie and Stefan, and just focus on the informal differentiated cooperation, because this is indeed something that I would like to explore in terms of the agency of the HRVP in these informal groupings. Very good question about the case selection. And to be honest, I was thinking that I will be, as I said, I will try to take diverse cases, but from different types. So kind of both. But when I was listening to you, I kind of also had this thought that I will definitely have to focus more on, let's say, maybe one, not only one type, but also one issue related, maybe case selection factor. Let's say I could take informal groupings or informal differentiated cooperation formats that deal with crisis management, for example, right? And then look at the agency of the HR. But again, thank you for that, because this is definitely something I have to think about, and also how to operationalize the agency of the HR in this context is something I have to develop further. Thank you.
All right, thanks to the discussant, thanks to the speakers. I will now open the floor to the broader audience, the broader participants. All right, okay, hold on, let me take the, so I have Michael, Philip, and Andre, and then Tom. Okay, let me take notes. So Michael, Philip, Andre, then Thomas, and your name, Catherine, sorry. And then, okay, 6 questions. I think we can start with this. All right, let's start with the first 3 questions. Mikhail.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Monica. And my question or my recommendation for your paper is actually in a slightly different direction as the recommendation of Professor van Honacker. Which is that rather than fixing the issue area, I would say fix the person who is in charge. Because one of the things that sort of the scholarship on the HR recognizes that the person really matters. And who is the person also matters to the degree to which member states allow or not the person to exercise certain authority. So maybe fix that. So that's my first recommendation. And the second one is, if you're going to look at these lead groups and these ad hoc contact groups, I think as soon as you start digging a little bit underneath, I think the difference between them is actually going to sort of slightly start falling apart. So maybe if you have just the 2 of them, like ad hoc groups and the cooperation and international forum, it might be easier conceptually.
Okay, thank you, Philip.
Well, I also have a question to Monica, and it builds a bit on what Sophie said. Your title suggests that the agency of the HR is really the core of the paper, but then all the presentation was on these informal groups, and you know, the agency came on the last slide and was essentially missing. So you know, maybe the cases tell you, but then if you go out for a search, it's not bad to have a search grid for what you're looking for. So what would you say, what instruments could the HR use? So, and secondly, how is the choice of instruments related to the type of informal group, whether you have 2 or 3, I don't know. But if you invest so much in distinguishing types of informal groups, then the expectation is that the agency of the HR also differs by type of group. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I now have Andre.
I don't have a question. I have more of a comment with thinking points, which in a way links two presentations by Thomas and Monica, which is perhaps surprising, but as the papers were not related, but I'll explain the rationale for that. First and foremost, let me say that I really enjoy the discussions that we are having, especially as more and more new issues pop up that haven't been addressed in the literature. And I see, well, basically a very ample room for innovation and original contribution for this collective undertaking. And I saw these two areas of special contribution in Thomas's and Monica's papers. First, let me turn to the Thomas's idea, which might not be relevant if, of course, the Chinese case study is now being considered to be dropped. However, I find this as a very, variable added value to look at the externally driven differentiation in the EU CFSP. So far, we've been talking about the internally driven differentiation in cases where basically the EU's joint action is not in principle possible or is not to be achieved anytime soon as the situation requires. However, Thomas's reference to the Chinese divide and rule logic made me also think of yet another regional power in there who that pretty much similarly deploys the divide and rule logic, and I refer here to Russia. And I think this aspect of externally driven differentiation, where basically there are some constraints put on the EU level action, and as well efforts made to sideline the EU level action, and I refer here to the HRVP and the very noticeable case of disappearance of HRVP from the format on the conflict settlement in Ukraine. You probably know that HRVP was part of the Geneva format, but then after the format failed to deliver, it was no longer given access to the new format that emerged, the normative format. And I think it is important to look at these external constraints that also deny the EU level action and induce differentiation in EU foreign policy, not necessarily out of good considerations. And obviously, this kind of differentiation in the CFSP, which would be externally driven and which would or might be instrumentalized, presents a completely different picture, where basically the differentiated integration might not appear as a second best option, but might really appear as a caveat and as a, negative development. And this is where the link comes to Monica's paper on the possibility of the HRVP engagement and basically the role that can be played, because it's not that each and every format, especially if you consider as well the different formats of informal groupings, allows for the HRVP to play a role. Thus, I believe that looking into the very different choices of instruments, as well as the engagement levels that are possible and are being used or not being used, as well as those that do not basically, well, are not conducive for the HRVP's engagement is very crucial. And in this regard, I just want to turn to your hypothesis number 2, where you hypothesize that, well, the greater involvement of the HRVP might lead to the fostering of a more effective EU foreign policy. And here, I think there is a reality that needs to be faced. First, there are cases where HRVP was involved and it didn't lead to the effective foreign policy. And there are as well cases where HRVP simply cannot get aboard of an undertaking because external actors basically deny this access. And I think this would be also an excellent area to explore, also with regard to your endeavor to unveil the levels, forms, and efficiency of the HRVP's engagement in various groups and conflict settlements, perhaps crisis settlements, formats, and so on and so forth. That'll be it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Okay, I would ask the speakers to respond. I think the questions regard essentially Thomas and Monica's papers. So maybe Thomas, and you want to go first?
Thanks. Could I maybe also ask a question to Monica, which is leading on?
Oh, okay, you are the next on the list, of course. Yeah, sure.
Because I mean, it follows pretty much on from what Michael and Philip were asking. I was going to say the same. I say it slightly differently now, or I go a bit beyond that. It's a good answer to say, for me, the HR is the institution. But I think also in research that Sophie has done, that Sophie and I are doing together now, it turns out that the individual does make a difference. And I think your own researchers have also shown that. So there's maybe a level of analysis issue. You know, you may want to look at the institution of the HR as you do, but you may also want to go level down. And there might really be issues about, skills, resources, networks, even psychology, and so on, if you think of Ashton. So maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing. It might be a different kind of paper from the one that you want to write, but I think it would deliver a lot to also consider the individual. And indeed the differences between the three, or if you would include Solana, the four that we've had, which brings me to the second point, which is case selection. I mean, it's slightly odd that you have 3 different types of groups, but then you want to select 4 cases. This is going to raise some eyebrows. If you are open to this idea of the individual makes a difference, it might be an idea to select 3 cases, 1 from each HR, which would then tease out the difference in the agency of individuals. But obviously, maybe that's a different paper. In answering to Andre's points, very, very good points. Well, let me just say that I'm involved in another project on the EU's perceptions abroad, and that's coordinated by Natalia Shaban. And I did the China study. They did 10 different countries, and they grouped them together into regional groups. And instead of putting China with Asia, they put me together with Russia. And I'm now co-authoring the paper with a Russian colleague on EU perceptions in Russia and China. So maybe it's not a coincidence that you also want to put me together with Russia. There are obvious similarities. The problem is I'm not really very knowledgeable on that, but I can definitely see the parallels. And indeed, it may well be something to think of. On the external constraints, I think you're perfectly right. That's in a sense what I'm also trying to say, that, and maybe that's also what Ben was getting at with the, is it conscious or not? Because maybe the kinds of choices that governments do in terms of selecting their partners become so constrained by certain conditions, whether it's history, other path dependencies, economic considerations, and so on. So I definitely have to be careful how I phrase that. And if we then arrive in a situation where the EU as a whole is not capable anymore to engage meaningfully with a partner, that then it maybe becomes inevitable that either a group goes forward and another group goes backwards. I think that's definitely worth discussing. I think that covers what you raised. Yeah. External agreements. I'm not quite sure. Can you repeat? You saw external agreements. Differentiation with regard to external agreements. That was the first point you made, but okay. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. I'll ask Monica to respond. Just a reminder, we need to finish by 4 at the latest because the bus will leave at 4:15 for those of you that are taking the bus to the hotel, correct? Yeah, and there's still some questions. So let's go straight to the point. Monica, please.
Okay, I will try to fix it quick because I mean, I really appreciate your recommendations and I am taking a lot of notes and I will definitely think about it. Just to say it, beforehand, the number of cases was absolutely not fixed, Thomas. I mean, it was just, you know, something that I was thinking about because of several reasons that are not important now, but absolutely, this is not nothing that I will build further upon. Certainly a good idea, or maybe a good idea to fix it on a person. And thank you for that, Mikhail. And I mean, having just published a paper on the entrepreneurship of the high rep during the global strategy issues, yeah, that's maybe something that I should really build upon and really use it for this paper too. I mean, the way of perceiving the HR. So I will think about that and definitely rethink the design. And I will just combine it with the quick answer to Thomas. And thank you for the idea. I mean, either I can take 3 HRVPs and 3, let's say, different cases, or I will fix it on 1 HRVP and take different cases of informal groupings. And I think this could be also a way to go in terms of, you know, diversity and getting a comprehensive picture. Also, very briefly, thank you, Philip, for your comments. And absolutely, you're right with the agency. I mean, I knew it from upfront, so totally right. And I can just say very quickly from the preliminary research that there is a difference indeed between HR agency in terms of the lead groups engagement and in terms of the core groups with smaller member states because of the discretion that the bigger and smaller member states are willing to provide for the HRVP. And again, I think the discretion combined with the agency can be also, I mean, is definitely a way to go. So thank you for that. Yeah, and to Andrew, yeah, I tried to, you know, kind of answer your questions or your suggestions within these answers. And definitely also something to think about is to look at negative cases where there was no involvement of the HRVP and why wasn't the case. So also thank you for that, because I mean, as we know, in the beginning of the Geneva group or normative format, there was an involvement of the HRVP and it just stopped at the point because of several reasons. So thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Okay, I now have Catherine for a question. Catherine. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so thank you very much.
Interrupting you, but we really have to rush. Benjamin, and thank you for joining us and providing us with inputs. Benjamin. Question?
Yeah, sorry, very quickly, Monica. So I wonder if you could tell us a bit about what variation you think is most important. Clearly, you've got two options here. One is varying by the individuals, the other is varying by the types. I wouldn't push you just to look across individuals, because I think there's also, you might have good reasons for seeing variation between those different formats. Maybe the HR is more important when it's less established groups of states, and precisely because they've just got a temporary seat on the Security Council. But maybe that needs to be woven into the discussion, because so the hypotheses you have aren't about variation, they're just about whether the HR has a role, and the same with the case selection, right? So maybe if that variation is wound into the paper, maybe that solves those problems. And to Thomas, very briefly, I really enjoyed the paper. I was wondering what your view is on some of these big strategic debates that have come out recently about what the approach to China should be, even if the EU member states could agree. Should it be to hedge? Should it be to balance and to sometimes be on China's side and sometimes on the United States? Or should it be to double down on existing relationships with liberal democracies?
All right, so would you like? No, we're done with the list that I had so far. So shall we quickly respond and then maybe conclude? Thanks.
Yeah, I have not so much to say apart what I have just said before. So I will definitely think about the variation, and I mean intuitively or preliminary research that I've done points rather to the let's say variation by the types of formats. Hi Ben, but we'll talk about it later. The types of formats, and I think I will try to think about it further, but definitely something to think about. Thank you. I think it's enough for now because we really have to end because of the bus.
Okay, so I don't know, I don't think Thomas has anything to say. It was more Monica, right? So, okay, thank you very much for today's session. We are very happy about how it went. And we'll see each other at the restaurant tonight. It's called Il Vezzo at 7:30. So for those of you that are staying at the hotel, you should be able to go there by foot, walking. It's less than 15 minutes, maybe 10 or something like that. So we're looking forward to seeing you tonight and to our discussion tomorrow. Thank you again for your efforts and for your comments and for your willingness to be here with us today.